Call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the regular board meeting in Nevada Irrigation District, June 23rd, 2021. If you'll all join me with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Division 1.
Here.
Division 2.
Here.
Division 3.
Here.
Division 4.
Here.
Division 5.
Here. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, for the members of the public that would like to make comment on items not on the agenda, this is your chance to talk about anything else germane to NID. If you would like to talk, star 9 your phone at this time on any item not on the today's agenda.
I am not seeing any.
I'm not seeing any. Last call, if you'd like to comment. Any item not on the agenda today, star 9 your phone this time. All right, we'll move on to informational items. Department updates. Does anybody have a question, comment about those? Anybody? Okay, go ahead. Director Hull.
This is a comment that I shared with Jennifer, and just very general on the engineering report. I noticed that, I had attended the meeting in which the Maven Canal improvement was discussed, and the Kyler Canal is, as I understand it, affiliated with that project, and in the engineering report with this update. And it just got me thinking about how that, as I understood that project, it's a $2.8 million project that would expand service to about 70 customers, potentially, if all of them chose to join the district. And it just seems that given our discussions about curtailing service, that projects that expand service are a bit contradictory to and consistent with our conversation at the last board meeting, is what's the balance there of expanding service while also contracting service? And really thought that at some point it would be helpful to take a relook at our capital plans and maintenance plans to see where's that line and what funds are being spent in both, for improvement versus expansion versus maintenance. So anyway, general comment, and thank you to the team for putting together another excellent departmental update. It's very informative.
Very much so, yes. Okay.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Director Heck.
Thank you. I also spoke with Jennifer about this, and my comments were related to the communications. And what I note here is that I don't think we're getting very good media traffic when you really look at this, and Jennifer concurs. And so I think Jennifer will work with staff to sort of other ideas to boost our media traffic, boost the presence, the community presence, because, it was disappointing to see, and it's not a problem with staff, it's just we haven't figured out yet quite how to get the messaging out, I think. And so that was a bit of a concern. And again, I too really want to thank staff. This is so great to have these departmental updates, photographs where we can see stuff. It's great. So thank you.
Okay. Director Peters.
Yes, thanks. I haven't had a chance to talk to Jennifer about my concerns. I sent them to you, and so we can address them offline.
Certainly.
But one of the things I'd like to talk about is I agree, these are really helpful informational things, but it's kind of taken away the intent of the workshops, of the committee meetings, where we can actually discuss the projects and discuss the topics and have communication. And I've asked before, and this is my kind of squeaky wheel thing, but I'd like to go ahead. We've tried to move it just to be informational only, but I'd really prefer, and I'd like to put it on the agenda to have board discussion, to make it Tuesday, pick a different day where we could have a workshop, where we could actually talk about these projects instead of just having them information, because I think some of the public would like to talk about them, and I think that
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know more about these. I have a lot of questions about these projects, and this probably isn't the venue to do it, because we're not to ask questions or anything. So, if we made it where we changed it and made it where we have a separate workshop on a Tuesday or a different day than this, and we can go through these in more detail on all of them, and we can hear from, we can have staff come and talk to us, we can have dialogue about what staff is doing. I think that would be, to me, much more satisfying.
Well, I think that directly segues to what Karen just said. That it'd be more appropriate at that time to talk about that. Because I had the same question, okay, about a lot of these projects.
Right.
Were you going to say something, Jennifer? I
I
saw you out of the side of my.
I was. I don't have a good poker face. Yes, I agree. So one of the proposals I was going to make to the board regarding this year's budget process was to have a more robust process, and specifically regarding the capital program. And ideally, the board would have opportunity to evaluate the capital program in light of your strategic priorities, which we will have laid out this spring. I'm sorry, where are we in? We're summer. Later, I have to switch my budget. I'm used to a fiscal year as opposed to a calendar year. So we'll lay out and go through reaffirmation of the board's strategic priorities and your mission and vision. And then staff will develop a process by which they will evaluate each capital improvement project in light of those priorities, as well as the benefits and costs associated with each particular capital improvement, even down to equipment purchases. And then we can have a focused workshop that goes through each capital project, so that everybody can feel comfortable with authorization of budget for any particular project, and in light of what your primary goals are as a board. So just stay tuned. I do plan on kind of developing a more robust budget policy, and I'll be bringing that to the board for input, and that should lay out this process that I'm thinking of.
Perfect.
Well, and I concur with Laura and with all three of you, that, yeah, I would like to dig in a little bit more to these. So it's like, we got to strike that balance between, we got to strike a balance, but I would like more information, and maybe the workshop format is what we do.
Yes.
So we can understand why we're doing some of the projects.
Yeah,
Oh, definitely.
exactly.
That's
And-
my biggest question.
And that's a normal procedure for approving a capital program. So I think that with what I'm thinking of laying out, I think that you will be pleased, and I think it'll provide the opportunity not only provide input, but also to receive the details so that you're more comfortable voting on what you're voting on.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Johansson.
Yeah, I agree. So I want a couple of shout outs. Kim Rao's crew on the tar ditch is doing a beautiful job, and if they're stacking rock, trying to support that ditch, and that rock was donated to NID by C&D, which is Charlie Faber and David Petty, I think Diane Petty also, and that rock was all graded out. It was beautiful. So it saved the district quite a bit of money. But when they start rebuilding the walls of a ditch, it does a couple of things. It makes the water run faster, so less need of aquatic herbicides, and it also raises up the water level to give more pressure, to get the 6-inch head, so we can run less water down that canal, saving water, and also keep the service to our customers. Also had a call from a very persuasive customer on the Newtown ditch who said, hey, I've been trying to get this ditch tender to do this thing, but it's against NID policy. And I go, well, he knows what he's doing. And he said, no, you're not reading me right. He said, I want to compliment him on how he handled the situation and how he presented it to me. And he said, I came away with full respect for that ditch tender. And so I think the ditch tender's name was Matt or something. We'll try to find out what it is. But the guy came away, I'm totally impressed. He never gave in to me, but he handled the situation beautifully. So just give him a shout out.
Good.
Nice.
Job well done.
Any other questions on informational items? I have one I don't know if Doug is listening, or if Greg can answer this, or, I've asked this question before, when we got this sheet, it has a dollar amount at the top. The first page, $2.2 million. And my question keeps being, is that's budgeted money that this project that's assigned to this project, is that correct? Is that how that works?
Bucket.
Yeah, those are, they're programmatic projects. So the
Okay.
program, so for example, for pipe replacement, the $2,050,000, that's the amount that was assigned through the budget authorization for that
For that
programmatic.
project. So it's not,
For any of those.
Not,
It's in total, not
not a project itself.
a project itself, for the
oh,
program.
I'm sorry to ask that question again. So when I see planning, design, and planning, it's already part of the system. This money it's not new money or different money. It's money that's been assigned to that.
So this is $2.5 million or $2,050,000 that's been designated to planning. They're spending $2 million a
See,
year
that's
on
my
No,
question.
for all of these pipe replacement projects.
Planning.
The projects, no, not necessarily.
Oh.
There's planning, design.
Project, there he is.
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Uh-huh.
Not necessarily, so each one of the projects is a smaller project, it's a programmatic
Right.
capital program.
Okay.
And it's in total $2 million, and each one of those sub-projects is in a different phase of planning, design, or construction.
That's,
Did I do this
sorry
justice?
to ask that question over.
That was a great question. I had the same question, that's the only way I knew the answer.
About these dollar
I
amounts.
have a follow-up question on his question. So coincidentally, all of these pipeline projects are in planning or design right now. Does that mean we're gonna be spending $2 million on planning and design of this suite of projects this year?
No, that includes construction of several.
That was my question. Is
So where's
this just the planning
but
design, or is that
none of them
the?
are in construction.
They haven't got there yet.
This,
It's only halfway through the.
So,
right, so the column, the status column is just identifying where they are at in the process. So you always start with planning, then you go to design, and then you go to construction. And so this is just simply telling you where those are at. So for example, a pipeline replacement does require a little bit more planning, most likely related to right-of-way issues and
Right.
easements than, for example, a PRV. So you'll see, this, I can't see because I'm getting older. The first PRV replacement project is actually in construction. And so the total dollar amount that's shown up as the summed up line, so that's for the programmatic level, is the total dollar amount to complete all of those projects.
project.
And then the status is just simply telling you where it's at, that particular sub-project's at in the process.
And the CIP document that was part of the budget plan that we did, you'll see where we identify those projects, and then we have a dollar amount that totals up the total of the $2 million. You can tell which ones are gonna be construction, because we're not gonna spend $700,000 on planning for an 8-inch pipeline.
That's my question.
But you see it there, that's part of the makeup of the $2 million.
Okay. So we could follow these through, clear back. These are budget, that $2 million has been budgeted
For this year,
Those-
based
this
on the
year-
CIP.
this year for those 4 projects, for the total, to the construction.
Yeah, whatever number.
Yeah, I was just looking at the top one. I keep having this
Yeah.
question, so,
And I have a question to
Go
follow
ahead.
that up. So, on these when these things are in planning, it says badly deteriorated, they're very subjectively quantified. In the planning, do we document like how many breaks, how many maintenance calls, how much money's been spent on that pipe and that, how do we know that this pipeline is more important than that pipeline?
So ultimately, that's gonna be part of the CMMS plan, the software that we're gonna be putting together, we'll be able to see that. Right now, most of the capital improvement projects are based on operations and maintenance, who maintain and operate and run these facilities. They're the ones that are saying, look, this pipeline needs to be replaced because we're out there all the time. Not necessarily that we've been out there 36 times.
we're out there all the
We're
time.
not at that level, but that's ultimately where we're getting with the CMMS. So right now, it's, engineering doesn't operate and maintain them, right? So they come to us saying, here's our top list of projects. And next year, that may get readjusted because this one suddenly started leaking way more than it did the previous year. So we now have to move that up above another one that we don't repair as often. So just a continuing movement based on ops and maintenance.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And emergencies.
Yes.
But every time one
Case-
comes up, do we take a broader look and say, what's the best solution here, and is there anything we can do?
We do, right, which is like, the Haight Canal, right, the replacement of siphon number one. After we started the need to be replaced, after we started to look at it, we determined that if we just made some improvements to the inlet structure and to the restriction of the canal with the culvert, that we could flow more water through it, and we'll deal with replacing that further down the line, right? So we always look at that type of stuff, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Okay, are there any more questions, comments about the informational items? Okay, at this time, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on the informational items? Star 9 on your phone. Last chance, if you'd like to comment on the informational items presented today. Star 9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to Centennial Water Supply Project Update. Doug also.
Are there no informational items?
Yes.
I'm not gonna get.
Would you like a brief staff report?
Well, I was expecting.
Oh, and we can certainly do
No,
that.
I'm confused. This was, yes, the informational item, like a brief step, because I have a bunch of questions about this one.
Okay, yeah. So, it's my understanding there has been no recent action regarding the Centennial Water Supply Project. As indicated in the staff report, there has been ongoing management of the properties that have been purchased, and that's essentially the dollar amounts that you see, as well as the continuing of paying fees for our water rates petition. And Doug, do you have anything else to add?
No, that's basically it. The other thing that you've seen from the last one was the 288 for legal, and that was a discussion we had with regards to a meeting request from the state board on the status of the project. So me and Greg had talked, I think with Dustin and Andy about that. I think it was actually back in February, but it didn't get invoiced until now, which is why.
The state board requested a meeting?
They
That
did.
is just a regular thing?
So the state, and I think that it comes on the, it precipitated the recent notice we received regarding South Center Water District's waiver of priority request being referred to the Office of Administrative Hearings. Close, backwards? And so, it's our understanding that they originally reached out, wanted to have a meeting, and we're speculating that was likely to discuss the letter that South Sutter Water District wrote to the board. But since then, the matter has been referred to the hearing office, and once it refers to the hearing office, you are not allowed to essentially contact any of the hearing office staff. So we have, as I indicated, most of the board members. I have reached out to South Sutter Water District to better understand their concerns, as well as some of the content of their letter that they sent in February that we just recently received as of yesterday. And I haven't heard back with a meeting date yet.
Can I elaborate a little bit on the background?
Please do.
Remember, there's our petition for the water rights, the
Right.
1927 water right. And then South Sutter, after our filing, filed their own petition seeking a release of priority from the 1927 water right. So this recent water board notice and South Sutter's letter that precipitated the notice only relates to South Sutter's petition. So it's related to the Centennial project, but it's also not related.
It's also not.
Separate petition. The NID petition is still sitting in wait status. It hasn't been referred to this new State Water Board Office of Administrative Hearing. So we're going to want to talk with South Sutter to see how to best position these two petitions so that we're judiciously using resources and not wasting anybody's time.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
What does release of priority mean?
It means that they would operate, basically it means as if they would operate as if they were senior to the 1927 water right.
Okay, thank you.
So that,
our position.
that we would lose our position.
Yeah.
Okay.
For that.
If the waiver was granted.
Well, it's a little more,
See,
it's
it always is.
a little more detailed than that, because as one of the hearing issues, when and if we eventually get to a hearing on the Centennial water right, is whether it's necessary for development of the county of origin. And and remember, South Sutter has 2 water rights, one of which has already been granted release of priority. The other one is the current petition that they've sought. So this is going to be an issue anyways when we get to if we get to the Centennial hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Director Peters.
So this is all confusing, very
Yes.
confusing to me, but,
Okay.
this 27 water, I know that the state, when, back in the day, they wanted to hold off the water grab, and so the state engineers went and looked at every potential impoundment site and did a state-owned right for it. Is this one of those rights, or is it a right that NID said, we want to go do? Isn't this pot of water that we're seeking? It's one amount of water, and we've requested priority on it because we're higher in the watershed, and we're saying area of origin, and they're saying they're lower in the watershed, and they want more. Am I making any sense?
Well, let me try to clarify. So the 1927 water right is an existing water right. It's sitting there in reserve for area of origin. And it's, as you know, it's waiting for use in the area of origin. And that is what this district applied for.
Right.
South Sutter has separate water rights that are unaffiliated with this water right.
Right.
And what South Sutter is saying is they would like to operate in a senior position to this existing 1927.
So we're both vying for a state-owned water right. It's not,
South Sutter already has a water right.
no, I mean, but this pot of water, this particular
No,
petition.
they're wanting priority. If we were to be granted our petition for the water right the state essentially reserved in application, if they are successful in their waiver of priority request, it just means their water right becomes, if it was granted, would be senior to this new water right, if it was granted to us, would be.
They get their fill first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There we go.
First.
Not water against that, but they get first.
That's right.
right.
Okay.
Upper half of Camp Far
That's
West.
right, just like, Camp Far West Irrigation District. And has there ever been a water availability analysis performed on this application?
Nothing that's been submitted or formalized, but yes, we have looked at that.
So that's what's going to be analyzed further in the district's plan for water. So that will kind of march through that background due diligence
And that'll
regarding.
finally be made public, and so we can know about whether.
So where does the hydrology report fit into that discussion?
It's part of that effort.
Part of it.
Yeah, so there has been hydrology work completed to date, so through the plan for water, it will be relooked at, reaffirmed, the modeling will be analyzed, and then, final supply and demand numbers will be made available at that time through that particular process.
And we anticipate moving into that space in this fall.
Right, yeah, so we're going to start, and this goes back to kind of laying out that strategic plan for moving through these decisions, and the first kind of phase we need to go through is make sure we all have a common understanding of the system, and the district's needs. And then secondly, start going through what are the board's strategic priorities, and, what's our vision? What do we want to be in 100 years, so that we can lay out how do we get there? Then we'll start the plan for water, which will include kind of more of that hardcore engineering modeling analysis of supply, demand, drought, climate change. And then after that work is completed and we figure out what we need to support what we want to be, then you'll march into the raw water master plan, which will then identify, do we need storage? Do we not need storage? If we do need storage, what does that look like? What are these improvements? And it also can address things like, how do we position ourselves better for drought in the future? How do we position ourselves for impending climate change? And then once that gets decided, then you'll use the raw water master plan then to leverage and support your capital program moving forward into the future.
And I've said before, and I want to emphasize this again for both the board and the public, right now the water right is tied to Centennial. That was the assumption in 2014 or whenever we filed that petition. But that is not necessarily, that doesn't have to be the case. That water right is somewhat fungible. We could move it to a different location depending on what this board and the public has in mind as part of their plan for the water process. So this water right is separate and apart from the Centennial project, and it's, in my opinion, pretty important to the district.
So this answers a bunch of my questions already, but a couple others. The first one is, determine, rather than saying ready, fire, aim, we want to say ready, aim, fire, right? So we want to prove the need first, right? That we need the water. Then we go for the water right, and then we just figure out where we're going to put it, right? And without necessarily, right away when there's drought discussion, I'm getting the phone calls. Why aren't we building the dam, right? Okay, well, I said, well, it's pretty complicated. It's very complicated. It's fits and starts, and we inherited this ready, fire, aim scenario. So, what am I trying to say? So I'm getting it, the working through the process of determining the need. I think, hands down, I'm ready to say there's a need, okay? That's gonna be evident going forward. I campaigned on that, and I believe it today. So I'm ready to get ready faster, rather than going, going through, and then we have a lot of challenges ahead.
So it said multiple locations, another location would be Garden Bar.
No, Raising Rollins is another location.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far down this hole, but remember, it's a Bear River water right. So
Right.
there are limits to, how creative we can be.
And I heard Raising Rollins, and I think there's three options on Raising Rollins. One is to raise it up, but it wasn't engineered for that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We have done studies on raising it. You can raise it to a certain extent.
How much?
87,700 acre feet you can have.
To increase
I
it
think
to
to
80.
raise Rollins, it's replicated at up to 50,000 acres.
Additional.
Assuming we can get the vent core approved through DSOD, et cetera. So there's some design considerations, but yes.
And would Rollins be out of commission during that period?
No, the idea is you can continue to operate Rollins while we did that.
But I completely concur to get away from this ready, fire, aim.
Yes,
Well said, Chris.
That was
yes,
very
well said.
Well,
We have a new vision.
what's that?
We have a new vision.
And we have a new vision, yes. And I'm pleased with that vision. I'm a little anxious, okay, so get on with it.
Yes.
Okay. My other question, Doug, while you're here, is, looking at the numbers on the next page, this has been a part of the challenge for us new board members. I'm still new at 2.5 years, right? As far as, so we started the CEQA document, the EIR was ongoing, and HDR was doing that, and we have a contract with them to keep doing that, or what's the status on that?
So, we do, there's still money in that contract.
There's still money, budgeted money in the contract. And Jennifer,
That was
that's right.
encumbered back when the contract was
Right.
authorized by the board.
So,
It's
what's,
been rolled over from year to year to year.
Correct, because it has not yet been
And-
spent,
and-
but Marvin keeps that, once we approve the contract, he's got to encumber the full amount. Right. There's roughly 500 change, 560, 580 in all the contracts still out there with Centennial.
so how far along are we in that process? I'm totally in the dark about where that process is today. How far along is it? What does it look like, right?
In terms of the environmental document?
Secret doc, yes.
We're probably, maybe close to 2/3 of the way to have a draft document.
Okay.
That's just kind of a ballpark shot.
And in the $17 million, or whatever it was, yeah, does that include paying for that consulting?
Yes.
Okay.
So the 17 million is all part of the amounts that were budgeted for the year. The
Up to
total
this-
budgeted all through all these years has been, excuse me, a little over 17 million.
Okay.
We spent a little over 14 million, which is what that's.
Okay. And then I assume the same for the AB 52 consultation. How does that work? Where's that? It never,
So we're in kind of a hold mode with them.
a what?
A hold
Hold mode, yes, okay.
So, partly has been because of COVID, so we reach out periodically to the tribes to continue our consultations. We've met several times over the years. We showed them the document that we did with regards to the archaeological study that was out there.
Is that just staff time, or is that a consultant also?
That's just a consultant also.
Consultant also?
Yeah, that was a very large undertaking to have consultants out there in the entire project area where we had access to look
Okay.
for different things. So we've been in communication with them off and on with regards to that, but it's been silent for a while.
I'm just trying to get a feel for how far into this we are, and what are the continued costs? Are there more, I assume there'd be a lot more consultant cost to finish this process, right?
There are. So my recommendation currently is due to the fact that this project is kind of taking one step back to do some more planning before decisions are made, kind of getting out of the ready, aim, fire, whatever, fire, aim. Is that, and so as we go through the plan for water exercise, that most likely will change the scoping of any such water storage project. So at this point, my recommendation is that we go ahead and unencumber those funds against those contracts, because it is making our finances fairly convoluted from a year-over-year perspective. Because when you start carrying funds over year, it makes it more difficult to obtain a real understanding of the fund balance.
Right.
So my recommendation at this point is to, consistent with our effort to make sure our finances are solid and transparent and easily readable, is to essentially unencumber those funds. And then when new work is needed, we'll bring the new scope of work back to the board for authorization to move forward. It's unlikely that the current scope of work is going to fit for us anyways. So I would recommend at this time that we don't focus so much on the existing contracts, because I would like to unencumber those funds since we're not moving forward with any of that previously authorized work.
Okay, that answers,
Yes.
go ahead, Laura.
And that went to my previous, rolling over $20 million a year is just not, doesn't make sense to me. So I'm happy to hear that. Also, we've got all of the properties we purchased are in a bucket called project under construction.
Right.
And so that's another issue that's been hanging over for a long time that we really need to address as soon as possible.
So at this point, those properties are really now regular assets of the district. So it's probably not appropriate from an accounting perspective to continue for much longer, actually booking those as assets against the construction project, the capital improvement project, and instead to start moving those over to the district's assets, because any asset that has a building on it is required to be depreciated against the overall fund balance.
Right.
And so my concern is by continuing to keep them in this project-related fund, the depreciation is not occurring, and so we're not really getting an accurate view of what our fund balance is. So I am working through these issues. We are mid-audit right now. And then as I spoke with many of the board members, we are going to kind of take a comprehensive look at the finances and specifically how the funds are being managed from an accounting perspective, and we'll be doing a fund cleanup. And part of that fund cleanup will be dealing with the accounting and booking of those assets.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Good.
So Jennifer, are you going to look at other projects that maybe have encumbered large amounts of money and take the same approach as you are with Centennial in terms of Doug gave a good example though of projects that might be multi-year that are part of the CIP that have been approved. But so where are you drawing the line on, are we going to continue to encumber funds for projects, or are we going to take the approach of encumber year to year?
So typically with capital improvement projects, they will span multiple fiscal years. So you will see, and it really depends on how the original budget appropriation resolution was written, whether or not the budget appropriation extends for multiple years until the project's completed, or is it just an annual budget appropriation that then needs to be re-upped for the next year. And that could be part of the budget policy discussion. When you go through and do a large fund cleanup, you essentially want to look at holding funds that are not being expended year over year in a capital improvement project fund, or even just encumbered in some large contract shouldn't really occur. So that is part of the cleanup. So, but it's very project specific. I can't tell, there's no if it hasn't been worked on in 6 months, we're gonna unencumber it. It is, what is the plan? Why were they originally encumbered? Do you have a plan? And that's probably the better line of the stance. Is there a plan for expending these funds, or are they just sitting there? If they're just sitting there, then we start unencumbering, cleaning up, putting them back in their parent fund. Because a lot of times what you will find occur is, especially with bond-related funds, the bond-related revenue should be held in a fiscal agent account, which is basically, that fiscal agent is in charge of the money, because it's not technically the district's money. When you're building a capital improvement project, you then transfer those funds to the capital improvement project, build the project, any remaining funds should go back to the fiscal agent account. So it's just going through systematically and figuring out what's going on with each and every fund, and then making the appropriate adjustments to ensure that we know what our real fund balances are.
Okay,
So we'll go through all of them.
And I'd like to, on the entire capital improvement project, make sure, I believe this is not likely the only project we have on the books that was approached with a ready, fire, aim approach. And so I really would like to, everything's back on the table, I would believe.
And this is a very normal conversation that a lot of entities struggle with, and specifically in terms of kind of leaving these trails of capital improvement project monies all over the place. You really have to have kind of a system set up to use the funds, clean it up, use the funds, clean it up. And I think that we're up to the challenge, and so I'm not overly concerned about it, but it's something that we're going to take a look at.
Good,
Priority for me.
good.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
so
That
much.
was really
Very
informative.
Thank
Yes.
you, Doug. Any further questions, comments from the board? Would any member of the public like to comment this time on the Centennial Water Supply Project update as presented this morning? Star 9 your phone. Last chance, if you'd like to comment this morning. Oh, we have one. Michael Hillwell, go ahead. Michael, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I am very encouraged to hear the conversation about looking at the whole concept of encumbering contracts over multi-years. It makes it very difficult, obviously, for the board members and for the public to track what's going on. In addition, I fully support unencumbering the existing contracts related to the Centennial project, as long as the Centennial project is in limbo right now, and then the board returning and taking a new look at new contracts in the future. So I support the general manager in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else like to comment at this time? Star 9 your phone. Okay, seeing none, we will move on with our next item on the agenda is board workshop to consider to receive a presentation from Zangaro Consultants regarding the public draft urban water management plan, UWMP. Okay, so that's what we will do now.
Thank you. Good morning. So we're here, today we're going to receive a presentation. This is a workshop. This is similar to what we did at the Ag Water Management Plan. We've got a workshop today. We've got one scheduled for tomorrow night. And then we currently have the public hearing slated for the board meeting on the last working. Is that correct? The first one in July, I believe it's the 15th. As you're aware that we have to develop these plans every 5 years. The requirement is that by July 1st, the board has adopted this document. We've had discussions with regards to that already, that our hearing is not actually going to happen until the 14th. But we wanted to make sure we gave public and the board plenty of time to review the document, to select comments, and then once we get those, we'll move forward for the hearing, and then ultimately getting the document adopted as submitted to the state. I wanted to make the comment again, very similar to the Ag Water Management Plans, that any comments, written comments that we receive, up to including the public hearing, will be part of our document. But any written comments received up to July 2nd will be in the board packet for the hearing on the 14th. Same type of thing as before. We'll have those comments in there. We'll respond to those comments as part of that document. similar to what we did last time. Then any additional comments we receive, we will add those in. So, with that, I would just want to hand this over to Jim, and he will go through the presentation of the document, and then we can open it up and have discussion with the board and with the public for input on the document.
Good.
Jim?
Thank you very much, Doug, members of the board, members of the public. I'm going to share my screen here to start the presentation. Please let me know if are you able to see the presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, today we're going to, Doug already went through the introductions. I'm going to give a presentation on the overview of the Urban Water Management Plan. The presentation is going to focus on the demand and supply projections, although there's many other minor elements to the Urban Water Management Plan requirements as well. And then at the end, we can talk about the next steps, as Doug started to, on comments and any questions. The approach to the Urban Water Management Plan. So the Urban Water Management Plan is defined in the statutes. California Department of Water Resources, DWR, interprets those statutes and provides a guidebook for people to follow. And then they also provide the input tables for the Urban Water Management Plan and the information that they require to be submitted to them. The planning period covers 20 years. However, as we've just been discussing on the previous agenda item, NID is facing much longer term issues, climate change impacts to supplies, regulatory impacts to supplies and demands, changing demographics and water needs in the service area, and the changing community identity. As was discussed earlier in the meeting, Plan for Water is the vehicle and the process for these long-term planning issues. It allows the analysis and the alternatives to be developed at a pace that allows for consideration and discussion of multiple scenarios. The Plan for Water was started in 2018, put on hold. As Greg mentioned earlier, it's anticipated to start up again this fall. So this Urban Water Management Plan is developed to meet the regulatory requirements, builds on the past planning efforts as possible, but is focused on the near-term 20-year planning horizon and the required elements. And because it's an urban water management plan, the requirements really focused on the treated side of NID's services. So overall, the Urban Water Management Plan has these 6 or 7 main requirements for the 2020 version. A description of the system, a description of past and projected water demands, showing compliance with the SBX 77 20 by 2020 gallon per capita day targets, description and projection of water supplies, a description of those supply reliabilities during various drought scenarios, a water storage contingency plan to deal with those supply to demand shortages if they are projected, and then a discussion of the conservation and demand management program. So those are the main elements of the Urban Water Management Plan. As I discussed earlier, this presentation is going to focus on the demand and supply elements of the Urban Water Management Plan. So in general, NID serves many different types of customers. We have treated water retail, which are our own domestic use customers. We also wholesale or treated water to other water entities that in turn serve it to their retail customers. On the raw water side, we have our retail customers that are mostly taking water during the irrigation season, April through October, but an irrigation season customer is also allowed to order water for fall and winter. And then we have a few customers that get raw water on an annual basis because they don't have access to potable water. And then the other raw water customers are the ones that we wholesale it to. Other water entities purchase the raw water from us to either to serve to their customers, either as treated or raw. It depends on the actual wholesaler. And then the other uses that we have are from our water rights and from the FERC licensing that are in-stream environmental flow requirements. And those are changing as we'll talk about further on here. So here we have a graph of our retail treated customers. Two axes. The one on the left is the larger axis, and that is the single family customer number. That's our largest customer base. Between 2014 and 2020, we've gone to just below 17,500 customers to just short of 18,000 customers in 2020. All the other customer types and lines are on the right axis, which is the smaller scale. So we have multifamily, we have landscape accounts, commercial, institutional. Those are all pretty minor accounts. The top account there called standby accounts, we have about 1,600 of those. Those are people that have a water line in front of their house, but have not yet hooked up into the system and become full retail customers. So those are our retail treated number of connections. This next graph here are our raw water retail connections. The solid line is the total number of raw water customers that goes to the left axis. And then the other two are those subgroups in the dotted lines. So for our raw water irrigation season customers, we've gone, we've added over from 2014 to 20, it went up to almost 5,200 in 2017, then it went back down again, and then back up almost 5,200 in 2020. It should be noted this is not the number of actual boxes out there in this system. It's the number of people that actually order water. So the number of boxes that we have out in this system is greater than the numbers shown here. Okay, so in order to project demands, we project it based on the connection methodology. So we project connections and then apply unit demands to those connections. So as shown in the previous charts, our customer connections are growing slightly. We've talked about this before. The treated water customers growth is delinked, not a one-to-one relationship with population projections due to that latent demand that we've talked about. For instance, from 2016 to 2020, 60% of our new customers was latent demand, meaning customers that are already living in the house, but for whatever reason, have decided to connect to the NID system. And that's where those standby accounts come in. They can be used as a potential proxy or identification of the potential for this latent demand category. So on our retail connections, we're projecting connections based on the recent growth rates from the graph that we showed there. For the raw water connections, same thing with our irrigation customers using the growth rate that we've seen in the past 6 years. As a check or comparison to what the California Department of Finance is projecting for Nevada and Placer counties, in their projections, they are projecting a slight growth in population for the 2 counties, but we have to be aware that you know, that's not broken down into NID service areas. So the 2020 census data is not available at the block and tract level yet, or during the development of this plan. But when that more detailed data is available, it should definitely be utilized in the planning efforts in Plan for Water going forward. And then the other element for projecting demand, we've talked about this in the past as well, is the general plan water capacity versus the reasonable water capacity. You know, so the general plan assigns land use to every parcel, and one could assign a demand to that parcel. But the reality is, with NID system infrastructure locations versus topography, there's probably a subset of parcels in the future that should be considered as potential future demand. And I think that that's another element that can be covered in more detail in Plan for Water. So this is the summary, the results of the projected customer connections. Total treated connections were going from 19,648 in 2020 up to 22,173 in 2040. As the detail above shows, most of those projections are in the single family customer. Raw water projections for our retail were going from just short of 5,200 up to almost 5,700. And then our wholesale connections, both for treated and raw, we're assuming that those remain with no growth. Okay, those are how we project connections, and then we need to assign unit water demands to each of those connection types in order to project a demand. So we used the trend in unit water demands for each customer type on the treated side. However, there is going to be, starting in 2023, the states implementing what's called water use objectives, which are essentially water budgets. So on the retail treated side, each residential connection will get an indoor budget and an outdoor budget. And then the non-residential connections will also get some kind of budget applied to them. So that's another kind of change. We're in between how the state wants us to manage water demands and project water demands So when those new water use objectives come out, they should definitely be incorporated into the plan for water process. That being said, we really don't expect NID's overall demand to change that much, mostly because the treated water portion of NID's demand is extremely small. It's only 5 to 6% of the total demand. And also the current unit water demands for the residential customers is pretty close to what the water budget allowances are likely going to be. So we don't expect a significant change, but we do have to show how we're incorporating those water budgets and report on them annually. So our biggest demand is the irrigation raw water demand. And as we've seen in the previous ag management plan, it's difficult to quantify what individual users use in order to project a demand for those connections. We only measure what goes into the canals. Then once it gets into the canals, there's a lot of variables that play into when the customer actually diverts the water, how much is lost, how much is spilled, how much is stolen, all kinds of factors that just aren't known at this time. So in order to project the demand for the raw water customers, we developed an approximation, and we're calling it a raw water duty factor. So based on the number of customers that we've had buy water throughout the recent years, we take that number, and it includes what the customer actually uses. It includes the carriage water, which is the water necessary to make the canals run. I think we talked about that in the director comments a bit earlier today. It includes estimate of the fall, winter, and annual demands, other losses, and unknown uses. And so what we come up with is an average of 25 acre feet per year per total customer. Now we know there's some customers that order 100 inches and there's some that order 1 inch. But taking it as an aggregate, this is our unit duty factor. And it should be pointed out, this is definitely for the urban water management plan short-term projecting, and I think in plan for water it would be helpful to dig into raw water uses and allocation and get a better understanding of those. But this is what we're doing for the urban water management plan, and so we take these unit demands, and then we have our other water uses as well. So we have environmental in-stream flow requirements as part of our current water rights, as part of our current FERC license, and then also proposed for the new FERC license. There is a portion of these environmental in-stream flows that are recoverable, meaning that NID can, once they put the water in whatever water course it's required to be in, they are able to divert it back into the canals once it passes the point that it was intended for. However, most of the flows NID as determined are unrecoverable. So these are flows that we take out of our supplies, whether out of our diversions or our reservoirs, and we put them into the stream as required, and we don't have the ability to divert those flows later downstream. So the current FERC and water license requirements are 7,665 acre feet per year. under the new license, which isn't implemented yet, but that those demands or uses are going to significantly increase to a minimum of 16,359 during an extremely dry year, up to 58,257 acre feet in a wet year. So we factor these this range of potential demands into our demand projections going forward. The other assumptions that we make in our demand projections are with respect to our wholesale water customers. So we're assuming that we will continue to provide Nevada City up to 500 acre feet of raw water, Grass Valley 1,000 acre feet of raw and 90 of treated, Lake Vera 25, Nevada School of Arts 36. And then we also provide raw water to serve the service area in Lincoln, which is treated by PCWA and then supplied to Lincoln by PCWA. So the city of Lincoln provided us their projections for the NID service area. It was 1,517 acre feet in 2020, and they've projected that their demands in 2040 will be 3,898. So all of those wholesale numbers assumptions are included in the demand projections. Okay, so the end result of those assumptions and projected connections, this is our treated retail demand projection, going from 8,550 in 2020 to 9,469 in 2040. So not a very large increase at all with respect to water volume. And as we said earlier, it still is a very minor part of the overall NID water demands. So factoring in the raw water customers and the wholesale, we have a total here that sums it all up. So looking at the categories here, we have retail treated, the wholesale treated, then our estimate of water loss, and then we get a total treated number, and then we add in our raw water retail based on that duty factor, and then our raw water wholesale. And we have a range here of the unrecoverable in-stream flows. So we go from, in 2020, just short of 162,000 acre feet, up to 2040, a range of 175 to 218,000 acre feet. And so these are normal year projections. We haven't talked about figuring in or factoring in the drought scenarios. We'll get to that here in a couple slides. But these are our base demand projections. Now, taking a bit of a side discussion here, one important element of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan was to show compliance with your gallon per capita target. And once this compliance is shown, that'll be the end of gallon per capita targets, and the state's going to move us all into the water use objectives or water budgets. But so showing compliance, our 2020 target was 197 gallon per capita day. And again, this is only on the retail side of things, retail treated side of things. And our actual 2020 gallon per capita day was 167. So we have met that compliance. We can check that box and move on. Okay, on the supply side, so we have three main types of supply. We have the watershed runoff and storage. Totaling all the rights on paper, it's about 450,000 acre feet per year. However, the actual is less due to temporal difference between rights, demand patterns, and storage strategies. For instance, just because we may have a really high runoff month, some of our rights still restrict us in how much we can divert from the river. We do have the ability to buy water from PG&E up to 54,361 acre feet. Again, the actual available is less due to the temporal difference in the hydrology, but it's also less because we have to buy that water. If we just because the water is available, if we don't go through the process of allocating budget buying it, then it's lost to us. And then also, NID in the past has factored in the current supply and operational strategies to determine how much of any of that supply to purchase. And then the third element is recycled water, not a contractual supply for us, but the 3 treatment plants in the service area do discharge their effluent into the streams, which commingles with our diversions that go into the irrigation canals. So there is recycled water that does get reused. So as a quantification of how much of this supply is available to an average year, we have here the projected average year supply for each of the elements. The watershed runoff and storage values here are assumed for the numbers that we saw in 1989, which was an average runoff year for us. The contract purchase for PG&E, it's assumed at 7,500 to be consistent with the hydrology modeling that has been done in the past. That's obviously open to discussion and plan for water. And then the recycled water, we're showing basically what was used in 2020. So you see here, our supplies on an average year is just shy of 386,000 acre feet. And then when you circle back in, you plug in the demands over the planning period, you'll see that under a normal and average hydrologic year, our supplies far exceed our demands. And, you know, so that is not a problem for us during an average year. However, when we talk about droughts, there's other things to consider. So in the urban water management plan, they've added more drought scenarios to investigate. So there's basically 3 drought scenarios to investigate in the urban water management plan. One is the single dry year, which for us was 1977. The other one is a 5-year drought, which we're using the 87 to 91 drought. And then the third one is what's being called a drought reliability assessment, where it's a very near-term projection from 21 through 2025, assuming that your 5-year drought is going to happen, which the way things are, that's not a bad bet at this time. And then during our demands, we have seen that during dry times, initially, our demands increased 10%. So for the projections, to be conservative in the analysis, we're assuming that demands do increase 10% during these dry years. And then the last thing, because we don't actually have a contract supply for recycled water, we're not including it in the supply projected for dry years, once again, as a conservative approach. Okay, so when you do that in a single dry year, 1977, we had very, very limited runoff, just shy of 92,000 acre feet. So compared to our projected demands, as shown in the table, there is a significant shortage when comparing supplies to demands. And that's also shown on the multiple, the 5-year drought, that at the beginning of the drought, year 1 and 2, we're still showing shortages. But then what's unique to NID's infrastructure, supply, and supply strategy is the ability to reoperate based on what's going on and put more water in storage, more water in the bank. So during the 86 through 91 drought that's being used as the model drought, in the 3rd year, there was enough runoff for the district to increase its carryover storage. And once it was able to do that, the 4th and 5th years of that drought were not as bad as they could have been. So, you know, what this highlights for the NID's supply response to drought is the supply is highly impacted by these short extreme events, but the longer drought events give us the opportunity to adjust our strategy, go into a more comprehensive demand reduction conservation program, and increase carryover storage. You know, so kind of following on that theme with the earlier agenda item and the earlier board discussion, the plan for water should definitely investigate the ability to mitigate droughts through operational and demand management changes compared to just infrastructure alternatives. That being said, we all need to remember these results are solely for the selected drought, which per the urban water management plan requirements for the DRA was the 5-year drought period that we selected. Plan for water should also probably investigate other types of drought scenarios to make sure that a larger range of potential impacts are considered. Okay, so we do show and we are projecting shortages under those drought and demand assumptions made, which leads into a more comprehensive requirement this time in the urban water management plan for the water shortage contingency plan. The legislation and the guidebook have added more prescriptive requirements. So a water shortage contingency plan needs to include these 7 or 8 items here. Most of them the district already had or was doing outside of your current water shortage contingency plan. But what we're doing now is we're putting it all into the water shortage contingency plan as required. 2 kind of new or more enhanced efforts is the annual assessment procedure, which NID already does annually and actually continuously looking at near-term supply and demand projections and determining if there is sufficient supply or not. With these new requirements, that gets more formalized and it has to be submitted to the state on an annual basis. Yes. The water shortage stages and responses. The state is trying to get everyone to standardize on 6 stages, increasing in 10% shortages. So for instance, stage 1 is a 10% shortage, stage 2 is a 20, and on down up to stage 6, which is a greater than 50% demand reduction. And then there's other elements. There needs to be a communications plan for how the district is going to communicate what stage it's in and the requirements with its retail customers and partners, how the district will ensure compliance and enforcements of its requirements. What are the financial impacts of the water shortage contingency plan? How will the plan be monitored, reported, and refined? And then if there's any seismic risk that could impact infrastructure. So on the next slide here, we list the stages and summarize the key requirements from each stage. But as you'll see in the actual water shortage contingency plan in the document, there's many more requirements for each stage. We also added a normal stage here because that's the stage that most of our conservation programs are in place. And we need to, when we submit this plan to the state, we need to be able to say what stage our conservation programs are in. So we added the normal stage so we can show that we have those in place all the time. You know, when we're talking about 10% shortage in supply and demand, that's a voluntary stage for our customers, and that's pretty easy to obtain without making significant modifications for our customers. However, as we go up and we need higher demand reductions, then we do start to limit irrigation on the retail side. We also implement raw water delivery schedule changes for the irrigation customers to meet those demand reductions. And then throughout these stages, the district is also evaluating opportunities to purchase that PG&E water and increase carryover storage goals. So as we go through the stages, the limitations on irrigation are increasingly ratcheted down. So these are the main elements of the urban water management plan regarding demand projections, supply projections, and the impacts of the drought scenarios on our demand and supply projections. There's other elements of the urban water management plan that we can talk about if you have questions about those. In the interest of trying to keep this presentation as short as possible, that's what we have here for the presentation. So the next step then is to open up for questions and or discussion.
Great, thank you, Jim. So at this point, we can open it up to the board to have questions on it.
Oh, sure. Director Holt.
Thank you very much for the hard work you put into this, and to you, Jim, and to the NID team. Obviously, a lot of work. So I have a general question to start with, and that is, for me, some of the tables got a little hard to follow because they're built one upon the other, integrating in, and there were frames of numbers. So let's say 150,000 to 225. So it got hard to really track for me. And we refer to the plan for water throughout, which I really appreciate. And so I'm wondering, in the plan for water, how much of any assumptions or conclusions that are in the urban water management plan are going to be ported into the plan for water as taken as a matter of fact versus creating space for discussion? Because that influences kind of the scope of my comments about this. If this is a regulatory document that we're complying with versus this is the feeder data for the plan for water.
Right. I think maybe I can start and Doug jump in. Unfortunately, we're kind of caught up in a regulatory cycle that we don't exactly control the timing of. So all retail water agencies are required to develop this urban water management plan, and it is not aligning with our timing for the plan for water effort. My recommendation is that when we march through the plan for water, that no assumption is just taken at face value, and that we reevaluate each and every assumption going into it so that we can verify or affirm the original assumptions used. So from my standpoint, although I think this is great work, what traditionally happens in these urban water management plans is, the assumptions used for projections or required carryover storage or whatever it is, it's basically taken and built on year to year. I think with the plan for water, we're going to kind of take that one step back and reaffirm all those assumptions. Is that what you had in mind as well, Doug?
I think that's a fair assessment. Obviously, the actual number usage are the real numbers, so we'll be able to utilize some of that in terms of how we look forward to projections. But yeah, as we talked about before, the TMs that we did previously, like the demand projections that HCR did, they looked at it within a land use base, right? So we looked at what the general plans were. We looked at what soft surface areas and all those types of things, whereas this document was developed, the demand using what we've seen in the last 6 years, 7 years, and then projecting that forward.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a different way to look at it, and there's probably going to be more of the other one or a combination of those, which we will get into in the plan for water to really ultimately all agree upon how we want to project and move forward with our demand numbers, because that's the big driver that's going to push everything else.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I might add to that as well, in that Jim mentioned this in the report, is we took a 1-year snapshot of a 5-year drought scenario. In the plan for water, we should look at multiple 5-year drought scenarios and see how they all sort of commingle and work together. So this was sort of that check the box, take your worst 5 years, but when we do the projection of the plan for waters, we should be looking at multiple scenarios in that respect. So we will add more data. Plus it's going to be a 30-year further look out.
Yeah.
Right? This goes to 2040.
Right.
Plan for water is going to go out to 2070. So there's going to be more information.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm sure that's reassuring to members of the community. So I'm going to kind of limit some of my comments here. The first observation that I found was that we planned for a 10% increase in demand. I really struggled with that because we have, I would go back to the 2012 through 2016 drought. And when I was running for office, I looked at the NID website and found press release after press release and newsletter articles about how NID customers had reduced their demand.
I cannot hear you. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
It's internal, okay. Now I can hear it.
I'll try again, number 3. So I was just reflecting on 2 things. One is that NID customers have been extremely responsive when faced with drought. And to me, a 10%, showing that our customers had an 10% increase in demand, I really struggled with that. But the other part of what made a successful management through that last very serious drought was the efforts of NID itself by managing the canal system more tightly. And we know that that saved a tremendous amount of water. And in the interim, we are continuing to invest in technology to help us tighten up that canal management piece. So I just like 10% increase. Anyway, that's my perspective. The other thing that really struck me, or another thing, was the assumption that we would purchase 7,500 acre-feet of PG&E water. So, and that has a really important bearing in my mind because, as we know, in this year, we were able to buy quite a bit of water. So one of the documents that I occasionally refer back to are our audits, which have historical data. And the 2019 audit shows that for the drought during the years of 2012 through 2016, we bought between 25,700 acre-feet of water to 59,000. Well, actually, I take that back. The chart shows PG&E contract water. Whether that's available water or water we purchased is not totally clear. I assumed it was kind of that we purchased that water. But you see it ranges from about 26,000 acre-feet to 59,000 acre-feet. So I'm going, okay, conservative I get, but that seems a little over-conservative for what we would actually buy. And that would be the amount that's available because is there a, I don't see that history over the last 10 years. And that 2012 through 2016 was one of the most severe droughts in California history. It also brings to mind, and I'm not suggesting you change this piece, and I like, Greg, that you mentioned that in the plan for water, you'll use multiple drought year scenarios. Because I think bringing in the 2012 to 2016 gives us a more current history where we show conservation, we show tight canal management. I mean, I have no idea what happened 30 to 35 years ago for the drought scenario that's used. So, in a different world, I might suggest that we consider using 2012 to 2016 as the scenario because we have board current actions, we have customer current actions, and to me, potentially is more relevant than picking one. Granted, that might be a worse drought scenario, but this was certainly no piece of cake that we dealt with there. I have other comments, but I'm going to turn it over to other board members to.
Would you like comment back on it?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And Doug, if you don't mind, take a stab at a few of those. I appreciate the comments, and they're very, very good. And let's start with the 10% increase in a drought year. I tend to agree with you that once we get to an official drought declaration, that 10% more use is probably not likely. In fact, we should be going the other way. And our customers are great. They usually do respond. But the data suggests in dry years, before a drought hits, our usage goes up. And that's supported in this document, specifically on page 23. And this is just one of the tables that stood out to me. But basically, table 3-4 on page 23, if you look at the columns, it shows each year, but you'll notice that in 2020, our usage was very, very high as compared to years past. Well, 2020 was a very, very dry year. And that kind of reflects that the raw water usage, the irrigation usage in a dry year does tend to increase quite a bit when it's dry. Folks that may be buying 2 minors inches, but they're really only using 1.5 in a dry year tend to use more of that 2-inch purchase allotment. That's what we experience. However, once we say, whoa, time out, it's a drought, we need to cut back, people do respond.
Yeah.
So that might be a better question for Jim in that, Jim, I think initially in a dry year, usage is increased, but we then implement our drought contingency plan or our water shortage contingency plan, and then we put in the reductions after that. Is that a correct assumption?
That is correct. The whole intent of the drought reliability assessment, it even is stated there in the requirements that you're supposed to project the unconstrained demand. So the demand before you implement any measures. And as I understand it, the intent, what DWR is trying to provide people there is to show you this is our shortage per se, and there's lots of ways to meet up that shortage. You can either do it on the supply side, you can do it on the demand side, or a combination of both. So what this does by projecting unconstrained demand is it gives the entity the ability to decide how they're going to address that shortfall without predetermining.
Way to add some context then within this report, because I agree with you that this year I think it's a great example, because we thought we were fine in March, and 6 weeks later we're going, uh-oh,
Yeah.
not so. But what messages customers likely heard was we're okay, combined with we're bone dry.
Yeah.
And so I had a hard time saying that for year one of a dry year, we're going to expect an increase, but subsequent years, we would expect to see a decrease based on conservation efforts put in place and the drought contingency plan by the district.
Yeah.
You know, and your management of the system.
Right.
So that would just help me to feel like we're not just, oh, well, we're going to use more water. We've got it. We're going to use it.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Rich, did you want to comment on what they're talking about?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the biggest demand we're gonna have on our water is environmental, whether it's through the FERC relicensing or the 55% unimpaired flow, which is a big unknown. But those are huge demands on the amount of water we have. And to go back to pick out 2012 to 2016, I'm more of the opinion, and the studies are showing it, that we're in a much more prolonged drought than that. We're in a 22-year drought. If you look at Lake Mead, next year, everything hits the fan, and there will be dramatic decreases in deliveries from Lake Mead to states that have, for 20-some years, have been benefiting the storage on Lake Mead, but next year that they don't get rain. It's over. So I'm going to say that, yes, in 14 and 15, the raw water users responded. They conserved water, but that is not sustainable. That's okay for a year or two, but it's not sustainable. And you will see a dramatic decline in our community as far as just food productions and food security, and also how things are happening here. So I'd like to say that, yeah, biggest demand is going to be environmental. We also are seeing some more development going on, but it's not kind of development you would expect. It's more on the cannabis side, where acreage is being brought up or bought, subdivided, and sold off as cannabis selling entities or production entities. So I couldn't believe in the 10%. I think the demand on our water is huge. And I don't think, just to reiterate, not sustainable to conserve down 30% every year. We will, and I'm not sure our system can handle it. How do we deliver less water every year? It's so difficult to cut back this year. We just weren't prepared. I mean, 19 and 20 have been the second driest years on history. And I call it bad right now, but if we don't get rain next year, it's going to get ugly. So I like to look at it longer term than just 12 to 16. And the fact is, this is a drought that the longer it goes on, the more it perpetuates itself. So it could get a lot uglier.
I think we'll have an opportunity to expand further drought analysis and the plan for water, and points well taken. And if I may, if I can go back to the next question on the PG&E side.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
So historically, our coordinated operating agreement with PG&E was in place up until 2013. At that point in time, we renegotiated it. The old contract had an amount of water that necessitated our purchase every year. So every year, we were purchasing roughly 7,700 acre-feet from PG&E because that's what the contract said we should do. In the drought 2012 through 16, we had reserves set aside for drought stabilization or rate stabilization funds. We took those funds and we purchased PG&E water during that drought. And I think it was 2 years, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 15,000 acre-feet. 12, 16, numbers expert behind me. So, and we depleted that stabilization fund. So moving forward, this plan is very conservative in that aspect, I agree, partly because we no longer have a fund dedicated for this, and our annual budget doesn't include it. This is probably another great discussion in the plan for water process, because in my personal opinion is we need to maximize that water at the price it's offered to us. That's another discussion for another day, but your point is very well taken.
Thank you for putting this together. I reviewed it, and the numbers seem, I don't understand the numbers of it, a lot of it doesn't make sense to me, and I really appreciate that we're going to actually start fresh. I think that we need to start looking at planning not as a regulatory compliance endeavor, but something that guides our everyday decisions, and that it's a living document that will be continually updated going forward, so we're not having to grab numbers and try and figure it out. It'll be more normal. And going to Director Johansson's point about how dire the environmental water requirement is and how much it's going to be of our supply. If it is so dire, we need to put on table 3A, we need to put another column there that says, here is the unimpaired flow associated with those year types. Here is the temporal reality of when that water is going to have to be done. Because I still, this big boogeyman of how much environmental water there is. Well, if we don't have a good environment, we don't have anything. I don't want to live in a desert. You don't want to live in a desert. So to make it like it's such a horrible thing that we give water to our environment doesn't sit so well with me. So I think that if this environmental water is so critical, we need to put it in context of what it is. Maybe it is as bad as you're saying. But when I look at this table, I compare to what? We say that in an average year, the unimpaired flow is 233,066 acre feet in the average year. And so if, in an extremely dry year, the 16,000 acre feet is 7% of the water. In a wet year, it's less than 1%. And so that's using the average, so that's not it's not apples to apples, but my point there is, rather than fear-mongering of how bad it is, let's quantify it, and then we can address it. That's right. And I'm gonna be listening these next couple of days, and I'll likely have more questions before long. I really appreciate the effort, and I really think we need to have a better understanding of the assumptions behind many numbers.
Yes, I agree. Well, I'll just echo a little bit here. I'm really interested in understanding some of the basis for some of the assumptions and, on the demand side and the growth side, and 10%, 1%, it seems to be all over the board. And so I too will just be listening with keen interest over the next several days as we continue to examine that, and then hearing from the public. I know that there's keen interest by folks who are really, really smart, as smart as everybody here, I think, in some cases. And I'll just be real interested to hear the whole package. So I'll just kind of reserve my comments until closer. I think we're having a public hearing on
July 14th is the public hearing.
July 14th, yeah.
We've got one more public workshop.
Yeah. So, I want to see the whole picture and hear what everybody has to say and the response to the questions before I take a deeper dive. But that said, I just have one question for you, Chip. So, when you look at, the critically dry, the extremely dry, the dry, and so on, and you look at the, the acre feet that are, let's see, where was this on this table? Anyway, what I want to know is, where are we now? Are we dry, critically dry, extremely dry? What are we?
We are critically dry. So we started the year.
That's what I kind of thought, but I wanted to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, and I think, as I mentioned before in some of our earlier drought discussions, we, and including the state, most of the state, started off the year in a very different scenario. We thought there was plenty of snowpack, and we didn't start off this year with a critically dry year. It was dry.
I know, it all changed.
But it has changed, yeah, we are.
Yeah.
This is what, year 2 or 3 in the amount of precipitation, the least amount of precipitation we've ever seen. So, 24, 77, now this.
So see, to Laura's point, so I went back to page 11 of the presentation, and this is saying these unrecoverable flows, which I assume take into account the environmental in-stream flow requirements. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So if you look at critically dry, then that's 22,674, which, yeah, that's a lot of water, but it's not, it doesn't feel scary to me. And, and in a wet year at 58,000, well, that's a lot, but it's a really wet year. So it doesn't seem like that is that onerous either. I don't know.
Well, and that's part of it, right, is that in the critically dry year, there's less water available to begin with.
Right,
So that 22 is much higher in terms of the concern versus a wet year where there could be a considerable amount of water in our system already.
Right.
So, part of that plan for water is we can look at individual year scenario types and get into the feel for what these demands actually do to our overall demand numbers by looking at a dry year, a critically dry year, a below normal year, and how much that really impacts. In this document, he gave a range, right, which basically takes all of those into account. It could be this much or this much based on what particular year is involved. In the plan for water, we'll be able to dive into that into the detail, be able to show you what those numbers look like on a yearly basis.
So then just to follow up, so if we're in the critically dry year now, as you say, how do we prove to the regulators, if you will, that we are providing this 22,674 feet? How does that get quantified and then shown and proven?
Yeah, great question. So in all actuality, based on the chart that you're looking at on page 11, we'd be in an extremely dry year
Oh, really? Okay. So we're
So the
in,
difference is that right now, we're required to pass 7,700 acre feet.
uh-huh,
If our first license was in place, this year we'd be required to pass 16,059. That's the difference.
okay.
And then how do we prove it? There's a multitude of ways. We report it through documentation, but there is now SB 88 compliance, which is in place, which shows we have to provide the state our real-time monitoring data.
And how do we do that with our canals? I mean, that's,
So we measure at each of these locations, we do it electronically, and we can transmit that data through SCADA back to here.
Okay.
We have a webpage in which the state can come in and see what our real-time numbers are, and that shows.
there we go. Okay.
I would like to add a piece that
Yeah.
environmental flows aren't necessarily SB 88. They are monitored data that we do report to the state and regulatory agencies. And in addition, I know you can't project how much water is gonna be there, but these numbers are low. We have to have a buffer because we cannot be in violation. So when we show these numbers, that is to the dot what is required.
Okay.
Because there's constant fluctuations in streams. And in order to be in compliance, we typically have a buffer zone that we deliver, so we stay in compliance. So these are extremely low numbers based on those.
Got it. So what you're really saying is, so this is what's required, but we pad it some percent.
You'll need to.
And
Yeah.
you
And
can
we
see
talked
that in
about
the
that.
table.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
shown in there,
The
yeah.
footnote,
Yeah.
the in-stream requirement was the 7,665 versus the actual diverted flow was 9,410.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out a couple of things for context. In this, one of the, I've heard the comment several times that, I think some of the concern related to the unrecoverable flows is more a reflection of the uncertainty that we're facing versus not wanting to release the flows. So currently, we have the pending FERC licensing that is going to increase the amount of flows we have to release,
Right.
as well as there's a big movement on behalf of the state to require more unimpaired flows to be released. So some of the numbers that we have seen to date actually exceed what is being shown in these tables. So my hope is that as we march through the plan for water, that we will gain better perspective and certainty on what this actually means. In addition, when we look at the table 3.9 is very informative for me in particular as far as providing context in that it identifies demands associated with retail treated water customers versus kind of the raw water customers. And so one of the things we all have to keep in perspective is that the increases that are shown over a 20-year planning horizon. So that is quite a bit of time and things do change. When you go back through the methodology that was utilized to support those percentage increases in the demand, it was very specific to what connections we currently have, what connections are on the books, kind of these standby connections. And then eventually we do have to put some thought into in the soft service territories as people's wells dry up, are they going to be wanting to connect? But when you look in comparison from the treated water customers versus the raw water customers, it's a very, very small amount of the customer base, although the percentage is much larger, is because their water use is so much smaller.
Right.
So it would be extremely alarming if you were looking at the raw water customers and seeing that same 10% kind of large increase versus the 2% that is shown, just because the 2% is associated with so much more water. I think that, this is, it does get very complicated when you're kind of piling information on top of information on top of information to come up with these conclusions. But I think that you'll have a higher comfort level when we go through the plan for water, because we're going to have to be able to have these discussions one piece at a time, right? We're going to be able to talk about land use assumptions and what's appropriate to use versus, Department of Finance population projections. Do we use straight land use? Or do we modify it based off of what we actually know to be occurring? And I think as a board, you're going to be able to provide input on each one of those stages versus kind of looking at this in whole and saying, okay, are we agreeing to what this is happening by 2040? Or do we want to, and we've heard that we do, go back through a more thoughtful plan for water process, and we'll be able to hit each one of those assumptions one by one.
Okay, thank you. That
Well said.
puts a nice frame around it.
It does.
Thank you.
Director Johansson?
Help me out here. So what was the watershed runoff this year?
Last year, we don't have this year's numbers, but last year was 119,000.
Yeah, but this year so far, I mean, we were started out about 170,000 carryover, we were shooting for 265, and then we ended up with around 210, 230.
Yes, we're down in the 210 to 220 range.
So our watershed runoff about 40 to 50,000 acre feet.
Of what we initially projected, due to both evaporative losses, dry conditions, and then weather yet to come not coming in.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that since
Every time in history.
ever.
I don't think we've ever seen that.
Yeah, so.
I haven't.
So what I'm saying is, if we had to give up, let's say the FERC requirements were in play today, we're gonna end up with about 106,000 acre feet if we're lucky, carryover going into 2022. And if we had to give up 16,000 acre feet, we're down now to 90. And 78,000 is our public health and safety limit. Just wanted to put that in.
The delta, I appreciate that. The delta would be about 8,000 acre feet though. Because we're already dedicated to doing 77.
Right.
So you deduct that from the 16, that's the additional increase.
And so we were able to buy up to about 60,000 acre feet from PG&E. I didn't think it was.
So 54,000
Okay.
acre feet plus, but it's given on any given year based on the current hydrology. In a
But-
year like this, you're probably half of that at best.
But even at that, we're looking at $2.5 million to buy
Yes.
a considerable amount of water.
Yeah.
And so maybe we need to look at budgeting.
Yes, absolutely we do.
Okay.
No, we better change our whole everything.
And
Yeah.
I think, so, okay, I'll just step into it. I'm gonna reach out, and I know what 16,000 or 18,000 acre feet can do on a farm for creating habitat, for creating food. I mean, I can put my head around that. I need someone, and anybody, even the audience, to kind of help me to show how that 18,000 is going to do to a narrow channel of water. How does that, and I think there's several people out in the audience who can get a hold of me later. Just help me out. Show me how that is going to help the environment when I know how much it really helps on the farms. I like to see the comparison, because it goes back to David Guy and saying that just running more water down a channel doesn't really help much. It's how you do it and the programs. And I know some NGOs have some great programs going on. I just don't want to flush the water to a, as he called it, a failed system.
To the delta?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Listen, we can do better. We can do better, and maybe we can do better with less water.
But that's beyond our control, right? We are subject to the state of California, and that's not gonna change. And I'm sure Jennifer and Dustin and other leaders will be engaged at a state level where we can to influence things. But the fact of the matter is, this is the parameters that we operate in, and what I know about Delta Health, it's a critical issue for the state of California. And whether the state is managing it right, I'm not making a judgment there, but we can't have the Delta not functioning as a system, and it takes contributions, it seems, from everyone to have that happen. But anyway.
So just to be clear, your new numbers for environmental flow are not for Delta inflow. These are for Canyon Creek or Middle Fort Cuba. There's a whole bunch of them. There's more than one location. And there is an analysis. I don't have them, maybe Kian does, on the tip of his tongue, but it's yellow-legged frog, it's in-stream, those affected stream reaches the trout fishery there. So there is analysis, and this is all part of the very robust and lengthy FERC relicensing process. And there are, negotiations, give and take, discussions about trade-offs. If there is enhanced in-stream flow, what then does that do to a terrestrial habitat? So what is presented to you in these numbers went through a very robust process of both negotiation and then scientific analysis. And they are what they are.
Right.
They will be in the new license. So it's, I would say that ship has sailed.
Mhm.
Yeah, the challenging part is you start at this kind of macro level, right? Like what makes a healthy stream, right? And that's where you start with the water quality basin plan and the water quality objectives based off beneficial uses, water quality standards. And then when you get into the FERC relicensing, you're down to actual species that are associated with specific waterways, right? And so it all goes to temperature, volume, duration, flows. And that's where, the large biological studies are completed. So there's data behind it. It would be very difficult to compare benefits received on a farm versus in stream for whatever is living in there, the habitat. I think that would be a hard kind of apples and oranges to compare, but I do agree with us that it somewhat is a ship that has sailed. These are going to be regulatory permit requirements. We have some opportunity when they're being negotiated to provide input and help to frame those with what we know and how our system functions. But outside of that, it's very, very difficult to get regulatory agencies to change your methodology or timing of when you release flows outside of doing additional studies.
Can I just add one more thing to that? I apologize for jumping in there, but I think we're conflating three different things, right? We've got the FERC regulatory flows that have been assessed and analyzed and brought forth by a number of different regulatory agencies, NGOs, NID, over the course of hundreds of meetings a decade ago. There's the 55% unimpaired flow regime that the state is looking at, that is implemented in the San Joaquin Delta, and we're looking at it in the Sacramento Delta. And then there's this augment to the 50% unimpaired flow regime, which is this VA concept that you referred to, David Guy and NACWA and that process. So there's the FERC regulatory regime that's the ship that sailed. The other two entity elements of the 55% unimpaired flow or the VA discussion, those are to be determined. And we are engaged in those. And we are working within them, and they're part and parcel of this, but I just wanted to clarify for the board that there are three different elements here that we're talking about.
And they will eventually, be stacked on top of each. You could take in the FERC water, whatever was included in a VA, you still get credit for the FERC water, right, if you're meeting those requirements. So it's not gonna be.
So it's not compounding.
No,
You're
it
right.
shouldn't be, hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
That helps me a lot.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking compounding right now.
No, I don't think it's compounding, but.
Go ahead, Director Jensen.
So, yeah, I appreciate, the ship has sailed. I understand, I agree with that. The give or take part of it, I think there's more taking than giving. What ship is sailing now is our food security and our ability to keep our community full of habitat and producing food. And if that is the ship we're going to try to save, because if we don't, food security is a real issue coming up, and food shortages. I've had more than several people tell me in the last week their wells are dry. And if there's not significant rain, the west side of the Sacramento Valley is dry.
Oh, so are you talking about NID customers' wells are dry, or people outside
No,
of
NID customers' wells are going dry too.
But when you said they're dry, could
But
you be more
I'm
specific?
talking about, well, let's put it this way. If we take our entirely, in California, a lot of California is going dry, farmland will be fallow. Where are you going to make up that food production has to be in Nevada County. And you need water to do that. It's simple as that. So in this whole conversation, let's don't forget that our farmers, we have a really nice developing farm community now. They're producing a lot more food and being very productive, and they're creating habitat at the same time. We need to make sure we have water for them.
Can you be more specific about what habitat we're protecting and creating on farms?
In here, come on out, I'll show you.
Okay.
You cannot believe it.
Yeah, I mean, can you just tell us? I mean, like
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, no, come on out.
And these are all great discussions, right, and inputs to put into the plan for water. I think that once we start looking at the multi-year drought scenario, these are where some of those conversations are more appropriate versus the urban water management plan. Just from the standpoint that, as we talked about, unfortunately, this particular planning process isn't aligning with our new long-term planning process. So I would just recommend that we kind of hold tight on some of the specifics and take this input to inform how we start moving forward with plan for water.
I just want to make one comment, because I haven't commented yet, to go on what Karen said about the Delta and what Rich said about show us the facts. And I read an article a couple months ago or a month ago, and Farm Bureau's been hammering on this one. Just running water down the river doesn't enhance the salmon specifically, okay? And so why do that? I won't get into any argument about the Delta, because I don't know the Delta. That one specifically, I think is I've heard that for years already, and if that's the reason for sending the water down the river, then I'm opposed to it. But
Gotta keep the salt.
other habitats and other species, that's a bigger issue. Who had their hand up? Director Peters.
I had a question for Jim, specifically on slide 8. The last bullet, it says general plan, land use designations, and development plans versus system, infrastructure location, and topography should be further investigated. And I'm not quite clear what that means, because we don't have land use authority, so we don't have the authority to say, well, whether the general plan says this or not, we're going to plan for growth in this area. That's not our role. And so I just wanted clarity on what was the intent of that? Can you expand on that?
Yeah, and Jim, you can jump in here. The idea is that, you're right, we don't develop a general plan. But we look at the general plan in terms of, if they're saying that's a 5-acre parcel split minimum, it's something for 5, then you got to consider the ability of that 20 acres being subdivided into 5 acres for the planning. How are we going to be able to address that? Should they go ahead and make that subdivision from a 20-acre parcel to 4 plots? That's what he's talking about. We absolutely have no input.
No, we have no input on. We can't say, well, we think this is what's going to happen.
No, what we have to look at in these soft service areas, we've got a pipeline that's a quarter mile away from a piece of property that could split into 4.
Right.
And you take a look at that, how that impacts our demand versus just considering it a 20-acre parcel, whereas the general plan says it can be split.
And
Those are the types of things that.
Yeah, and that's one of the board, that's kind of a policy decision. If you simply take general plan land use designations and apply demand factors associated with that specific land use, you're going to have much higher demands than if you go do a more thoughtful process and say, okay, it's not reasonable to take a 20-mile pipe to 5 parcels, right? You're not going to do that. And so I think, but that's a board policy. The board directed staff to say, we want to plan for our demand to be able to accommodate all current and future plan development, then you do it from a land use designation point of view versus kind of saying, okay, this is not reasonable, that's too long of a pipe run, we don't have a water treatment plant here, there's no way for us to serve them water. And so it's just more of an effort of trying to dial down the demands to being something that's more reasonable.
So are the demand numbers in this document, assuming we're putting in all those pipelines for all those 20-acre parcels that are going to 5, it's like.
Unless I thought I heard Jim to say that it was not, and that it did take into account.
Who's going to stamp this document? Whose stamp is going to go on this document? All right, so maybe Jim can answer the question.
Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily an engineering question versus a policy decision. Jim, can you please
basis of the document
provide some input related to what, did you assume land use designations only, or did I understand you correctly?
So both you and Doug understood the process correctly and explained it correctly. The demand projections are not based on the capacity of the overall land use plan. The demand projections are based on our current growth rates, our actual data of adding new customers, and then factor in, we have those 17,000 standby accounts. So when you look at our demand projections, they actually, it takes like 15-ish years to absorb all those standby accounts. So we're talking about homes that are already built, people are living in them. We're not talking about extending a pipeline out 40 miles. But my comment, Director Peters, on that bullet is, that throughout California, we are seeing that we're reaching that tipping point where in the past, general plans have just been all about growth, and the utilities that provide a service to those areas have just been expected to and assumed to be able to provide whatever it's energy, water, fire, parks, all those things. But throughout California, we're seeing where that assumption of a boundless service is getting pinched down, and the land use plans should probably be, the water district should be talking to the land use planning agencies to have that discussion that, there may not be enough water for all the land use that.
We've done that for a long time.
Exactly what, that's my
Yeah,
point as
have
well.
it.
Yeah,
Because
it's
the
like
land
we
is
have
there,
to
doesn't
be
mean
at the
we're
table.
obligated to get the
Yes.
water to them. That's unsustainable.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, Director Holt,
I just
it is a workshop. You can talk as long as you like.
I have one short comment, which is we reference in the document making decisions about our water in a self-determining manner. And that was part of the Ag Water Management Plan language as well. And I really, I go, wow, really? Because it just seems like what I read about Mountain County water agencies is that the language that's being used is about collaborative, regional, community-based use of water. And so that it's not just kind of we build a fence around us and that's how we manage. And I realize that that's, maybe a different philosophy that some members or all members of this board may have or may not have. But that really struck me as that self-determining, like, it just doesn't seem consistent with where the philosophy is across the state and other water agencies.
Appreciate that. I'm sorry. That came from the district strategic plan goals, and that is one of the board developed strategic plan goals. I realize it was a previous board, but that's where the language came from.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's number 3 of the
My take,
strategic plan.
It just kind of makes me,
Gives me pause.
It's,
gives me
Huge
gives me
pause.
huge
That's why I
pause,
wanted
too.
to
Yeah.
strategic plan.
What page was that on?
well, I wrote 41, but it's, I'm looking at where did I see that? I think that might have been a little late at night, reading here, because I don't see it anywhere in 41.
I've heard that term.
It's in here.
Used in the district.
It's been used over and over the years.
well, just to be clear, it is the goal,
The current,
number 3 within the district's
Yeah.
current strategic plan.
Yeah.
So that's why it's in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Expired one.
The currently
Expired.
out-of-date strategic plan.
Out of date.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I knew where it came from, but I still had to comment. It kind of makes me sad, actually, because I think that, I think it's out of step with where we should be as a district.
Director Johansson.
So it's not incompatible if you're a collaborative type person. It is incompatible if you're in a zero-sum game. I mean, you collaborate, but and self-determination just means you're going to get the outcome you want.
No matter what.
Well,
No,
not necessarily,
no, but-
that's how you take it, I don't take it that way. It's more of a teamwork thing, and you have to be collaborative. But if you're out to do a zero-sum game, you get the water, they don't, well, then I can see how you could take it, that it's not compatible. But,
Anyway,
So we could apply this.
it's what it is, and I think it gives us an opportunity when we do strategic plans to really talk about our values and
Yep.
what we want to do.
You know, I would just add, I'm sure, I couldn't find it on 41, so I'll look for it, but to me, the context of how that is used is important. As I hear you, it could be interpreted as kind of, we're siloed here, we decide what we're gonna do without any consideration of our neighbors and our partners. And or it could be more of a broader, you know, we're interested in local control here. And I suspect that strategic plan language and a lot of the context that you're referring to in our plan here came from the after effects of the state's 36% mandate, which was not well taken. It was, you know, kind of top down, didn't really satisfy our local concerns or local supply dynamic in the last drought.
Would you like me to review it? I found it. Top of page 43, regionally, groups of agencies and other stakeholders are also addressing these issues and developing mitigation efforts, such as the American River Basin Study, Association of California Water Agencies, Headwater Initiatives, and others. Locally, NID is committed to controlling its own water resources in a self-determining manner per its strategic plan.
There it is.
Yeah.
And Dustin, your point is exactly right. On the website, item number 3, developing and managing our resources in a self-determining manner, and provides for local control of our community's most valuable assets. So it touches on this concept of regulatory and environment.
And that, by the way, is that's one of Aqua's key policy principles, this idea that Aqua's members ought to be able to locally control their water resources. That's how you best manage the resource. And that doesn't, in my view, that doesn't necessarily mean you're siloed. It still can incorporate this regionality, which I think is exactly the trend that, not just this area, but many areas in the state are heading. So we can massage this language.
Maybe the sentence leading into that, we could add NID is part of a group of agencies and other stakeholders who are addressing these issues, because it makes it sound like regionally everybody else is engaged, but we're not.
I see.
And then we reinforce this by saying we're committed to our own self-determining manner. So I think if we just
Collectively.
collectively add NID as part of the group that's collaborating and working together.
And then actually do it. That would be even better.
Well, I think we are doing it. We're part of the CABI, and, I think I just think we can explore how to do that in our strategic plan.
Yeah, I like it. I agree.
I think that's an easy modification to
Yeah.
make.
Yeah.
Very.
And then we can
If I may-
further during the strategic planning process.
Right.
Absolutely.
If I may, the sentence at the bottom of page 42, so the sentence that leads into that paragraph that Chip just read, ends with, and NID will follow these efforts and participate as available. So we aren't saying we're not participating in statewide efforts. We're saying we are.
We can make these little
I think we can
adjustments.
do a little more
Yeah.
smithing for the final. I don't think it's an issue at all.
Yeah, I think it would be nice.
I think we can be a leader in this, and I think we should be saying we're going to be a leader. We're influence and have leadership roles, as we have been. Make it a little stronger. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
I had a question on.
Okay. We would like to take a break, is what we'd like to do.
Before we take.
Take public comment.
Speaking of the collective, which.
Go ahead.
The 5 years we used was 1987, 91, and you said the third year storage The rainfall was significant, and we were able to store, and that mitigated the impact on years 4 and 5. Can you give more detail? How much rain did we get, or how much storage spilled, or, because,
Come on up, George. It's warmed already. I apologize, I don't have the numbers for 1989. I will say, and this goes back to what Greg had said and Karen, wanting more recent information. Climate was different in the 80s than it was in the 90s, so we had the benefit of snowpack releases that helped time instead of, rain releases all at one time in a warmer environment where you couldn't capture. Reservoir storages were lower, so we did capture more of the water of the runoff instead of losing it, so that benefited us, but I don't have the exact numbers with me.
significant points.
Doesn't get preset on that. Okay.
Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break and come back.
You done with the workshop item?
No, we're not done,
No,
we're not done.
We haven't
Not done with
public.
public comments.
are back and live.
Okay, we're back in session, talking about the urban water management plan workshop scenario. I think we still had a couple of questions before we take public comment. Is that correct? No?
I don't, I'm good.
You? No? I'm good, okay.
Ready to
We
roll.
will take public comment then on the plan as submitted today. If you'd like to comment, I'll start on your phone. Tracy Sheehan, go ahead.
Good morning,
Tracy,
board.
you're on.
Oh,
There
good.
she is. Go ahead.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Morning, everyone. Tracy Sheehan, Foothills Water Network. I really appreciate all the work that's been put into this, and the conversation and discussion this morning has been really encouraging. So thank you. I like the direction that you're moving in. I want to touch on two main points having to do with the plan for water, and then also information I've heard having to do with the environmental flows and the FERC relicensing. So first of all, for folks who don't know, that the Foothills Water Network was founded back in 2003 in response to the idea that there would be relicensing with three different agencies, basically PCWA in the Middle Fork, YWA and YRDP, the Yuba River, and then also Yuba Bear with NID and PG&E. And the network was formed because there was an understanding that all of these systems are interlinked. So one system takes a hit, another system takes a hit. And because we were involved with these processes since about 2003, I think, we learned a lot about all of these watersheds, but we were also afforded the opportunity to learn a lot of technical expertise, from hydrology to water rights, to just how the system works. And it's really interesting, and I'd love to talk about it another day, but at the beginning of relicensing, we didn't really understand even how the systems were plumbed. People were arguing on maps of how the canals were connected. So we have come really far as a community in having an understanding on these issues. So the first thing I want to touch on has to do with what we call minimum in-stream flows. I really appreciate that Greg explained that we're kind of convoluting three different issues. We call them minimum in-stream flows for FERC relicensing. So I'm not your Delta person. I'm not going to touch on that today, and it's not part of the urban water management plan that I know of. But I would like to touch on these minimum in-stream flows because they've come up as an issue before. I really appreciate what Dustin said on the resource issues. You know, the licenses and the minimum in-stream flows that NID has now are based on the original license. And that license started in the 60s, way before we had modern environmental regulations or an understanding of what resources needed. So you are operating under that same license requirement way back before we understood what the resource needs were. And an important piece of this is really, what are the environmental flows? And many times I sit in the room and I simply hear folks kind of trying to get a dashboard understanding of how the environmental flows, or minimum in-stream flows, here I'm correcting myself, how the minimum in-stream flows impact supply. And one thing to know is that it's not, people often describe this as if you're taking water out of like a stagnant bathtub or reservoir, but it's actually not the case. Because when we negotiated the flows, we came and we wanted to look at, if our interest is resource protection and your interest is power generation and water supply, how can we negotiate this? The environmental flow, the minimum in-stream flows include power generation, water flows that happen during power generation. It includes when you're in a normal year or a wet year, when you're just spilling, when the bathtub is just spilling, those flows are included in the environmental and minimum in-stream flows. And there's more than that, but those are just two basic ones that come to mind. And I think that's critical to understand, because you can't simply just say, okay, we're mining this out of a stagnant reservoir. there are other inputs there. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And the other part is also process. So while it is a collaborative negotiation, that process is driven by a draft license application that NID sends to FERC. So NID proposes the flow regime. NID proposed the minimum in-stream flows, and then those were negotiated. And my understanding is that we all came to agreement. That's what I can remember now. So that's all I can do in my 60 seconds of our 10 years of minimum in-stream flows, but I would love to sit down with anyone and get into the details. There are so many times when I hear the generalizations, and I wish I could respond. So I'm glad they're part of the Urban Water Management Plan. I can discuss those now. So the second thing on the overall plan, I really believe, the network believes that the focus here really is on the plan for water. And I've heard that from folks and part of the presentation, so I really appreciate it. As you recall, in the plan for water, we had a lot more time in the beginning to look at the hydrology. There were stakeholders involved, and this is very different. The way this has rolled out is different. We knew that, we knew there would be gaps in the modeling. So we anticipated that. This is not a criticism, but it just brings me back to the fact that we need to look beyond this and look to the plan for water, to look at and to reaffirm and to really dig into those assumptions again. Some of the gaps that I see, and again, these are anticipated, these supply numbers do not include the runoff from the Bear and Yuba rivers. It doesn't include it. We often forget to highlight that. And that was something we said we would address in the plan for water. It also doesn't have solid numbers on demand. We talked today a little bit about latent demand. We also need to think about census and the fact that the growth projections included here and in the last urban water management plan, and possibly the plan for water actually, are based mainly on the Department of Finance numbers. And those numbers, while they show growth for the county, they don't show growth in NID's service area only. And so it can be confusing if you're thinking about development in Truckee versus really what's happening just within the service area. So those are a few more that come to mind. In closing, I would really like to thank NID for holding these extra public hearings and including the public. In the past, NID, I think, held one public hearing, and that's all that's required for the Urban Water Management Plan. So I think it's really critical to hold these additional meetings and hold them in this format with the workshops and let the public be more included. So that's all I have to say. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tracy. Anybody else like to comment on the Urban Water Management Plan as presented this morning? Star 9 on your phone.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question to follow up on Tracy's comment?
Certainly.
Thank you. Tracy, I don't know if you're still on the line, but I really wanted to understand, again, get my brain around that you're saying that there were no runoff numbers from the Bear included in these assumptions. Is that what you said? You have to unmute, Tracy.
You have to star 9 on your phone, Tracy.
If you're still there.
Okay, there, I think I got it.
Thank you.
Yes, and it says that in it, and it said it in the, oh, sorry. Yes, so the runoff from the Bear and Yuba are not included, and that is true of the water planning projections as well. And it's a big thing that we wanted to revisit as the plan for water. The Urban Water Management Plan does say that in dry years, water will be available from the Bear and Yuba. It's not quantified.
So then my question then back to Chip is, first of all, is that accurate?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. And so now I'm going to ask Chip a couple questions. So is that true that these numbers do not show runoff from the Bear or Yuba?
Yes, that's correct.
Why would that be?
So there's
hang on, I want
a multitude of answers, but let's start with the easy ones. So there are many players within the Bear River and the South Yuba systems.
Right.
We all coordinate flows, and we all have pieces in there. We all have overlapping water rights.
Mm-hmm.
It's very complicated. And the district in its past has never quantified those amounts. Our water rights weren't super great in those arenas, but there's still some there. We never went through the finality of finding out what those are. The plan for water process and the TM papers that we started, the hydrology studies with HDR, began studying that and
I
began
remember
trying
that.
to
That's what I
quantify that.
thought.
And we will be bringing those back as we move into the plan for water process. We will try to quantify those for future references, and they were included in the initial study on how much unimpaired flows are available. So that HDR study also included, it included the Bear, it included the Yuba, it also included some of the small tributaries, you know, like Deer Creek. Those weren't in our models in the past either. So Tracy is correct. They are not in this document. We make reference to that. We know there's water available. We just don't know how much because we haven't quantified it in the past. Moving forward for planning purposes, we intend to include them in the future.
Okay. Now, and then that leads me to this other question. So were the Bear, or are the Bear and the Yuba included in the unimpaired flow requirements that we're getting from FERC? So in other words, we're not counting it as supply. Are they counting it as part of their demand? You know what I mean? Is there a disconnect there?
So I was not involved in the FERC negotiation process.
Okay.
However, I do know that HDR was integral in developing the model in which all of these in-stream flow agreements were based upon. So there was elements of each one of those reaches that were used in determining what these, as Tracy puts it, minimum in-stream flows were, how they were developed. It all came out of that model. It had a bunch of nodes in it for the Bear River, it had nodes in it for the Yuba River, and it basically looked at all the unimpaired flows. I don't think it was as specific enough to just have NID solely. It was a model that includes the entire watershed. And so I think that's where we're eager to move into the plan for water and review that with you all once again so you get a full understanding of where we're at, and moving forward, we'll put all that information in our planning.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that answer. Yeah, well, it does. It helps me, and I'm guessing it would help folks listening. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Would anybody else like to comment on the urban water management plan this morning? Start on your phone. Okay, don't see any. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Oh, do you want to?
Well, I just have a request. I thought Tracy's other comment on the composition of minimum in-stream flows would be worth understanding at a board level.
Well,
Because,
I think she makes a good point that they were negotiated, they were agreed on, and we inherited that. Okay?
Yeah,
Right.
We don't know any of that conversation. I mean, we don't know any of the
We
background.
don't know the details.
The details of how they got there. So, but we
Right.
inherited that, so I don't disagree.
I completely agree.
yeah, it just seems like some of our conversation, we may not be talking about the same
Right,
issue
right.
or impact, and understanding what exactly is included, how much is water, additional water versus water that's flowing in the system anyway.
Right.
I think it's
Yep.
very.
And
I think having
I
it quantified would be
very
very
much
helpful.
like to ask her the question that Rich just asked, okay? What is the science behind additional in-stream flows? Is it just we think it's a great idea? Is there science? Is there, what is there? Because I'm
I notice I can still speak. Sorry, I just unmuted.
Oh, I don't see your hand on the screen. I see you're still live. Go ahead, Tracy.
Okay, well, I don't think that I can represent all of the science behind it, but yes, there was science involved, especially from the resource agencies. And it's something that they have to send to FERC and be very clear on, because FERC can dismiss it. And FERC has dismissed monitoring plans, many plans, studies that just never happen. And this is all from a conservation perspective, I'm speaking frankly, but it's true. When you enter into relicensing, certain interests will ask, well, let's study this, let's study fish or yellow-legged frog. And we have a very hard time getting the studies. And it might be more of a FERC issue or maybe the licensee's issue. But from study to monitoring, those plans, those flows are very hard to come by. What I'm trying to say is the bar is high and it's negotiated. But if you'd be interested in understanding the resource issues connected with the yellow-legged frog, there are experts, for example, Amy Lind at the Forest Service, who could tell you a lot about it. And I think the yellow-legged frog was one of the key ones in Yuba Bear.
Okay. Let's see, we have a hand. Diana, is this Diana Suarez?
Yes, thank you, Chris. Diana Suarez, Colfax, along the Bear River, and thank you to the board and welcome to the new manager, general manager. I wasn't going to comment, but you are talking about monitoring and the increased flows, and I go down to the Bear River around 3 times a week, and I create videos and I create monthly flow reports, and I have shared some of those with at least a director or 2. I share them with the state. And what I have noticed is through talking to the anglers that fish at Bear, the fishery has gone downhill in the past 20 years, 10 years. I've had people tell me they used to catch a limit in the first couple hours. Now they can't catch a limit all day. It's the trout, it's the frogs. And so I started going down about 1.5 years ago and checking the flows. And what was the major problem was the lack of ramping. We get to the season where the little trout are in the side channels and the frogs, and then in ideal drop the water and it'll all die and stink. And so the ramping is from the 60s, and the ramping is in the new FERC license and has been waiting almost a decade. It used to be a drop of a foot in 24 hours. The new standard is a drop of a foot at the gauging station in 3 weeks. That's the difference. It gives the trout, the little trout, a chance to get out of the little pools and into the main stem of the river, gives the frogs a chance to develop to where they can hop out of the pools. I've documented the connection between the surface water and the groundwater and how those two interact to enhance the life that is along the river. Adequate flows are very important, and they don't even have to be that high. If you look in the final environmental impact statement for the FERC license, in some of your minimum in-stream flows, the adequate, weighted available habitat for the trout in the mature species is only down to 35% in a lot of these flows. And it's only in the normal and wet years where the habitat is up in the 80s. So you've got the trout living in 35% of what they could have. The juvenile trout have a much better habitat range in the lower flows, and the frogs do well as long as the flows are stable. I've been monitoring the flows this spring because the recommendation in the environmental impact statement is a stable flow, and they have been stable. And the frogs and the trout are doing well this spring. My hope is that you will care about the river, care about the environment, and enhance this fishery back to where it used to be. It used to be something that everybody was proud of. It's devastated right now due to the lack of stewardship along the Bear River, below Rollins Reservoir and above Combi. This is also a stretch where NID does not lose the minimum in-stream flows because they are recoverable in Combi Reservoir. So I would encourage the board to adopt some of the recommended mitigations in the FERC license for the health and stewardship of the watersheds. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Anybody else like to comment this morning? Start on your phone. Okay, last chance. Like to comment this morning? Okay. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Jim. Great workshop.
Thank you very much.
Good job. We'll look forward to some more tomorrow night.
Yep.
Sounds good. Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you for all that called in this morning. Okay. This time, we will move on to our consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the consent agenda for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda this morning? If you'd like to comment on any item on the consent agenda, star 9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay. Next item. We have a special order. A special order is in order.
We have Greg introduce himself.
Yeah.
You turn it red.
Yeah.
Done?
Oh, we'll see. Did
Yeah, I think,
everybody sign it?
I'm hoping.
Yes.
Okay, good.
This is done. Okay, so at this time, we'd like to recognize the efforts of Greg Jones during the past year, stepping up to the plate and assuming the role of interim general manager, and did a great job. I really had a good time working with him and appreciate his efforts. I was suspicious that he was overtaxed, but he never said so until too long ago. Until it was over. So thank you, Greg, for that. Always having a positive attitude, always stepping up to the plate, and we really appreciate your efforts. So I'd like to read a resolution drafted by the board. Expressing appreciation to Greg Jones. Whereas Mr. Greg Jones served as the interim general manager for the Nevada Irrigation District for 12 months. And whereas during this time, Mr. Jones dedicated countless hours to district business, the betterment of staff, and to serving the board of directors. And whereas this unwavering commitment, willingness, and ability to understand and respond to the concerns of the district has made a substantial contribution to the betterment of the district. And whereas Mr. Jones is recognized by his peers, staff, and the board of directors for his contribution to the district and for being professional, hardworking, dependable, and enthusiastic, now therefore be it resolved that the board of directors of the Nevada Irrigation District hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Greg Jones for his dedication and excellent service rendered to the district during his term as interim general manager. Congratulations, Greg. We also have a little gift from the board.
Oh.
No blushing. Greg, supposed to be able to stay and at the same time. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Again, like I said last time, I think just thank you for believing in me for that 12 months and for trusting that. Again, thank you for this. This is very kind. But it was the rest of this team that really needs the kudos here. But I do appreciate it, and thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody want to say anything?
Well, I would just say that, one of the things that came through to me first of all, there was this panic. Our former GM resigned, and Chris Bierweg and I were like, oh God, now what do we do? And for you to step up and roll up your sleeves and do what you did was really wonderful and so appreciated. And what came through to me was your loyalty to the district and your loyalty to our staff and our employees. And I just thank you so much. You were a pleasure to work with in that way. And so thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, board.
Can I see one?
Please do.
Adding on to that.
Everybody's chat.
Ricky, another thing that I observed about you is that you really brought a different spirit to this role of general manager. And it was apparent immediately, and I think it's gone a long way to kind of shifting the tide in such a positive way. And I really appreciate your openness and great disposition, sense of humor. Anyway, I just feel like you really helped us lead the way for the district for the future.
Thank you.
Amen.
Appreciate it. All right.
All right.
Okay, we can move off this item.
We have a formal motion and adopt
We've
that
assumed that it passes.
Well, we all signed it.
You don't want to have to take it back.
No way, it's coming.
Should we adopt the resolution?
Okay.
Yes. I'll
You moved?
second.
You moved, she second?
Okay.
Do we have to have public comment? Okay. Do we have to? Would anybody, member of the public, like to comment on this item? Recognition of appreciation to Craig Jones.
Kids are calling
Go
it.
ahead. This is internet gap. Michael, are you there?
Yep, yes, I am. Thank you.
There you go. Go ahead.
I just want to acknowledge what I think was a fine job that Greg's done and how much I appreciated being treated with respect. And I think the staff and the interim general manager did a terrific job. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Michael.
Michael.
Thank you.
Let's see, we have a phone number ending in 768.
7068?
7068. Go ahead.
Star 6 to unmute.
Star 6 to unmute your phone.
See, Mr.
Go ahead.
Admirer.
Go ahead, if your phone
So
number
many
is
of them.
706.
I will try again. This is Sid Brown.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Sid, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all the kind words said about Greg, and just wanted to add my congratulations and thanks for a job exquisitely conducted. Thank you very much.
So nice.
Thank you, Sid.
Thank you, Sid.
Thank you very much.
Nice to hear from you, by the way.
Yes. Anybody else like to comment? Star 9 your phone. Oh, she's back. Sid, did you want to say something else? Oh, she went away. Okay. Anyone else?
I apologize trying to manage the phone. You can mute me and I'll stay away. I just, again.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, thank you, Sid. All right. Seeing none others, we will move on. Thank you, Greg.
Can I do a roll call real quick?
No, we have
Oh,
that.
jeez.
Okay. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Hi.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
All right.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Greg,
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
so much.
And staff, absolutely. Management team,
Mhm.
everybody underneath.
Yeah.
It's a big
everybody
team.
stepped up.
Everybody.
It's a big team. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next item on the agenda, general orders, drought action planning. It was, which number? Wrong book. It's in the wrong book.
Item 9.
Item 8.
Oh, item 8.
Item 8.
Drought action.
Yes.
Yes.
There it is. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Chip is on again.
All right. Hello again. Good morning again.
Good morning again.
We're teeing up a little slide presentation. Is that too bright? You want me to shut off that middle light again, or?
Yes, please. I can't.
Thank you, Greg.
Perfect.
Okay, so, I put together a little bit of a slideshow here to walk us through kind of the process. Well, we'll start off with a water supply update, and then we'll walk through the process as to how we got to where we are at, and then provide you all some additional information that you requested at one of our last meetings. So with that, we'll just start right off with the slide presentation, and this is the California Drought Monitor for June 15th, and it ultimately hasn't changed any since we started bringing this in, late May. It hasn't changed a bunch. Essentially, 33% of the state is in exceptional drought, 85% of the state is in extreme drought, and 94%. So, you see the numbers, they're bad, they're not getting any better. Rain season has passed, we're locked in. We're locked into a very, very dry year. The Bowman Lake precipitation stations remains at 34 inches. I highly doubt it will go up for the remainder of the water year. And so this 49% of average will continue to drop a little bit. Not very good news. NID reservoir storage, we talked about this one last time, but essentially we have turned the corner on pulling from storage about a month early, and we are tracking pretty high usage for this time of year. As we already talked about, it's been super hot, it's been super dry, super windy, and that leads to high water usage. And this last weekend was extremely hot. We got a little bit of a reprieve right now, and next week it's going to be hot again. So welcome to the, maybe this is climate change, maybe it's not. Either way, it's hot.
Just plain
Hot and dry.
So one thing I want to reflect on while I have this slide up and open is that you can see how fast conditions change. We started out in October at average, and then we had a very dry fall, as y'all remember. We had people clamoring for fall water and whatnot, and it really depleted our storage until rains finally came. And what rains and snow we did get, we captured all we could, but it just wasn't enough. And so we are now at 79% of our 8-year average, which is not great. Certainly a lot better than a lot of the other reservoirs in the state, but still fairly low for us, for certain. Treated water usage comparison continues to lag behind a little bit. This data is a month old. I'm hopeful that some of our messaging and our recent discussions have emphasized that we truly do need some conservation, as well as some of our mailings that have gone out to our customer base, and I'll cover those in a minute. Will hopefully start taking effect, and next month I'll be able to show better numbers, but we will see shortly. Now, as we talked in the past, carryover storage is one of our main focuses right now. There's really two major things we focus on when we talk about our water supply. The first one comes in April, and that's where we make a determination of how much water supply is available to us for the coming summer irrigation season. We had that discussion back in April. At that point in time, things looked decent. It wasn't great, it was decent. We had a pretty robust snowpack. What we didn't realize is that snowpack was going to melt, run into the ground, and not come into our reservoirs. And it caught everybody off guard, including the state. So we're not in unusual circumstance there. So now that ship has sailed. We are now focusing on carryover storage. And that's really a review of how much water is left at the end of irrigation season for us for next year. So our 8-year average is 166,000 acre feet. Our minimum is 77,000 acre feet, and that's really what we hold over for the next year for public health and safety needs. As you all recall, when we came here a week or two ago, our initial carryover estimate was only at 91,700 acre feet, so that's getting pretty low.
Chip, can I ask a question about that carryover storage?
Yes.
So this 77,000 acre feet,
Yes.
does that leave us, if we have another dry year next year, does that leave us with zero? Or how much does that 77,000 buy us?
Great question. So I threw this slide in here, and I apologize, it's a little bit old, because it says 78,000 acre feet. We're continually adjusting these numbers as demands and usage changes. But really what this highlights is how we came up with that number. That number is our domestic use, our treated and municipal sales, so 16,000 acre feet is what we reserve for those. We reserve 31,000 acre feet for our agricultural core, and that's perennial crops, livestock. It also covers golf courses and businesses. And then this part down here, this 40%, 31,000 acre feet, is minimum pool fish release and siltation. That's water that's just not available to us, period. So if you take those numbers and you really look at it, you look at really all that's available to us is 31,000 acre feet here and 16,000 acre feet here. That's how much we roll over into the next year. So that's what, 47,000 acre feet? Remember in the urban water management plan, we just discussed that we go through up to 160,000 acre feet a year. So that kind of gives you an estimate of how short we are in just rolling over 78,000 acre feet. Now granted, in a year like 1977, I think we had, do you remember the runoff in that year? It was roughly 30,000 acre feet-ish?
Well, that was storage 29, runoff was 44.
So take 44,000 acre feet, thank you, add it to the 47, that only leaves you with 80, 90,000 acre feet. So the answer is, if we get another drought year next year, yes, we are starting way behind, and mandatory restrictions will be in place.
So, and Chip, the green pie, that includes sales to like Grass Valley, Nevada City?
Correct, yes.
And that's 78, it counts the dead pool, counts the.
That's correct.
It's part of that number.
That's correct. Now, I will add to that, that's an old number, and our bathymetry studies and our reservoir siltation analysis needs to be updated, and so that's going to go up a little bit in the near future. Probably as part of the plan for water process, we'll have that discussion, but yeah.
It's gonna go up, do you think?
Yeah, more sedimentation.
There's gonna be less water available to us.
Yes.
Oh, because it seems like if there's siltation, you don't have as much room for, instead of having water in your lower,
So
you've got silt.
that number will go up, meaning that there's less water available to us to send to our customer base.
Oh, right.
So agricultural core, perennial crops, annual crops, livestock, golf course greens were added by the legislature or the governor at the last drought.
The governor did that, yeah, through his
Executive order.
special declaration.
Has that expired, or is that still current?
That is, as far as I know, expired.
But you're anticipating that this governor will do executive order on golf course greens?
No, this is an internal district policy. So this, as we bring back the drought contingency plan to this board to modify, we'll have our opportunity to modify this and the classifications. But this is an old document that stems from back in 2015.
Gotcha. And livestock would be for drinking water?
That's correct, stock water. It's not for pastures or anything like that. It's for the physical drinking of animals.
But not as intensive.
Right.
As some, okay.
Right. Okay?
Thank you.
Welcome. So, that leads us to kind of where we're at. I'll give you a brief summary. So April 28th, the board declared drought via resolution 2021-11. We implemented stage 1 drought contingency plans, which essentially we requested voluntary reductions of 10%. Reductions have been minor. They haven't really made it to that 10% threshold yet, unfortunately. We did have 2% treated water reduction, and we've gotten 400 acre feet of raw water reductions to date. Every little bit helps, but that's not quite as much as we were looking for yet. At the May 26th board meeting, the board authorizes the purchase of 15K of PG&E water, 15,000 acre feet of PG&E water. And then at that meeting, he also asked the staff to start exploring increased drought options. So,
Chip, a quick question.
Yes.
On the last slide, a 1 miners inch, is that equivalent to 7 acre feet?
No.
So if you have 1 miners inch for our entire summer season, it's 9 acre feet.
9, okay.
9.07, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this slide here kind of shows where we were forecasting our carryover to be, that 91,700 acre feet. After the board authorized the budget amendment and the purchase of PG&E water, we were able to bolster that up to 106,700 acre feet. So that was a great shot in the arm. Really appreciative of that. Then at June 9th board meeting, staff provided basically as a hybrid proposal of increased drought actions. The board was very supportive of almost all of those options. The one caveat was the ending of the irrigation season October 1st. That came with a lot of questions and some consternation, and that's warranted because we haven't been down this road before. It's been a while. There was some more additional information requested. Also during that time, we received multiple letters from a lot of local organic farmers stating what kind of hardship that would place on them. So we heard our customer base, they were very concerned. We also set up some special meetings with the ag community, did some ag roundtable meetings, and the consensus at those meetings was really it would benefit them to finish out the irrigation season as we normally would, and they were supportive of getting the water for the remainder of this season, but go ahead with drought pricing. Their reasoning behind that was because they had already planted their crops, they had already planned for a full year, because back in April, that's what we had kind of promised. So they're requesting we finish that out. So staff went back, started looking at the options analysis. One of the items that was requested during the ending of the season on October 1st was, well, wait a minute, what if we continue to feed the wet canals but reorifice them now? The dry canals we go ahead and shut off early. So we went down that path and investigated it. And essentially what we ran into is that there are 74 year-round canals. If we wanted to reorifice all of those boxes at 20% right now, we would have to reorifice 3,578 boxes. And there is certainly not enough time, manpower, or materials on site to do that in a timely fashion. So although it was a good exercise and it made sense, the practicality of implementing it would be a real struggle for us. In addition, the dry winter canals that are shut down on October 1st, it's more than a handful of canals, but regardless, the volume is not there. So we're not going to see a huge savings from only shutting down the winter canals on October 1st. Additionally, we had some concerns about equity. Those folks that are on the wet canals that are only being reduced 20%, but they get their water through the entirety of the season, are being treated a bit differently than the folks on the canals that would be shut off mandatorily on October 1st. So we felt like there may be some challenges there. So ultimately, we ran the numbers by plugging in that option, and what you see is that it's not a boon of savings. So we had 106,000 acre feet. If we do nothing, that's our forecast. If we do the winter-only canals, shut them down early, we're at 109,000 acre feet. And then if we shut down the season 2 weeks early on everybody, it's only 112,000 acre feet of carryover. So ultimately, the point of all of this is it's not a lot of water for the amount of feedback and grief we were getting. Would we like to see more carryover storage in the next year? Absolutely. But 106 is still well above the 78,000 we need for public health and safety for next year. Now, having said that, I will say we are putting all our eggs in the basket for this year. We are knowingly doing that, hoping that we get a wet winter. I don't think we're unusual, though. I think many water agencies are doing the same thing. So back to what staff is at for our recommendations. Again, it's a hybrid approach of a mix and mingle of some of the actions within our drought contingency plan. We're recommending mandatory reductions of 20% on our treated water base, along with drought pricing structure, which for our 218 rates, it's a 25% increase in the volumetric rate, and I'll get into that a little bit more here in just a second. We're also asking to limit outdoor watering to every other day with a max of 3 days per week. Our irrigation water customers, we're proposing no new or increased water sales. I covered this last time, but basically, we're asking for everybody to conserve. It seems disingenuous for those that conserve only to give it back to somebody else. So that is actually from stage 4 of our drought contingency plan, but this, I think, highlights why we need to open that thing back up and revisit it in the near future. No fall water sales per our rules and regulations. Basically, our rules and regs say fall water is only available if it's available. And this year it is not, based on our carryover numbers. Limit winter water sales to existing customers and implement drought stage pricing. For irrigation water, that ends up being about a 20% increase in volumetric. And again, I'll get to that pricing here in just a second. District actions, no system flushing this year. essentially every year we go out in our treated water system and we open all the hydrants and flush our system out, but there's simply not enough water for that this year. We'll only do that when there's a water quality issue. Implement water waste patrols. We're essentially already doing that, and I'll show you what we've been doing here in just a second. Expand aggressive media campaign, water waste enforcement, and then inform municipal customers of mandatory drought cut. I will say on that last one, the city of Nevada City has already stepped up. We had an ongoing conversation with them about the fact that we are expecting a 20% reduction to them. They jumped on board and they've already put in their emergency declaration, and they have mirrored, I think, where we're headed. So that's appreciative. I would imagine the city of Grass Valley will be shortly behind them.
A question on the winter sale. Existing customers, is that people who are already buying winter water?
That's correct.
Not the NID customer base?
Yeah, it's only the folks who are already buying winter water will get it again, but no new.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a caveat there, it won't come out of storage?
One more time?
On winter sales?
Yeah.
Can it be diversion only and not from storage?
So essentially when we start, so at the end of October, we're going to start delivering winter water directly from storage because there is no runoff, and that's the only place we can get it from. But typically halfway through the winter months, December, January, we're running on runoff. And so it's no longer affecting storage as drastically.
But we'll have curtailments from the state.
Curtailments is the missing element, and we don't know when they will lift those. So there is that threat that winter water delivery may come from storage for quite some time into the middle of winter. Yeah.
So if there's a winter storage, I have a particular canal here that may have 5 half-inch customers that are using that water for domestic use.
Yeah.
We have to keep that canal full for that. Cheaper just to truck them water.
Interesting question, but for the volume they use, yeah, it's.
Well, you have to keep a canal full.
Yeah,
For 5 half-inches.
But when you look at the overall volume as compared to, the irrigation season, it's a huge cut for us once we get off of irrigation season, and the fact that we're not offering fall water will help us tremendously. Your point is well taken. It's a lot of water for a very small.
It's still 40,000 acre feet for winter deliveries if we have regular rain and we don't have to divert it.
That needs a little clarification. So the 40,000 acre feet that we divert isn't necessarily going to all of the customers. A lot of time it's being diverted only to be turned back into the streams downstream of that point. And that's usually because there's excess available due to the runoff. The amount of purchase is much, much smaller, and I'm sorry, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot of work there.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the drought pricing change. So for our treated water customers, our fixed fee is unchanged. Our volumetric rate increases from 242 so the first 5 HCF, 100 cubic feet, is 242 per allotment. The second half is 299. In drought pricing, it goes from 242 to 313. The 299 goes from 299 to 387. So what does that result in? For an average monthly rate, if you average their entire usage over a year, it results in about an $11 a month increase. Okay? If you break it down per usage, in a peak summer month flow, it's about a $20 increase a month. In the wintertime, when your usage is much lower, it's only about a $5.36 a month. So I figured you might be interested in how that truly results.
Impact to the customer.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is warranted in the fact that, okay, it's a much higher rate in the summer. Of course, we're asking for you to reduce, and the best way to do that is to limit your outdoor watering. And that's where you see those peak flows, that outdoor watering in the summer months. Now, for our irrigation water customers, the fixed fee is also unchanged. The stage 2 miner's inch fee increases from $62.90. It increases $62.90 from $336 to $399. However, we are already halfway through the season, so we would have to prorate that amount it essentially ends up being $37 per miner's inch of an increase for all of those customers. And it would come out as a supplemental bill after the season is over. And I just thought I would point out that our largest customer base, our customer base at 1 inch and lower is 2,300 and 600. So it is the majority of our customers are that smaller size.
Chip, can we go back to the last slide, please?
Sure.
Did you have a question? So why are we on treated water, we have mandatory reductions, but in irrigation water, we don't have that line in there?
So that was the stopping the season October 1st.
So, but wouldn't, so I'm still confused. I got that part.
So we have taken that off the table, only because the amount of savings, as you remember, that we are going to get from doing that are not very much.
And from now to then, it's not that very much?
No, so if we stop October 1st, the entire irrigation season, if we cut off all supplies October 1st, it's only a reduction of 6,000 acre feet.
No, but I guess I'm confused about, okay, so if we started July 1st, say, just for instance, with a 20% mandatory.
Yes.
That's all we save. If we had a mandatory, if we had that line in there, see, I'm thinking the message gets across better if it says mandatory, even though it's voluntary mandatory.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, and I struggle with this a little bit. So here's my issue, and I totally hear what you're saying. For our treated water customers, we're asking for a mandatory reduction of 20%.
Right.
But we're not physically shutting them off.
No, we're not.
If they want to use more water, they will,
Right.
but it comes at a higher price and a threat of fines.
Because they get measured.
Well, because it's a public health and safety supply, we can't shut it off. The irrigation folks, we could have shut it off, just boom, season's over, and now you have no option. So that's truly mandatory, right? You now have no other option. If we treated these two customers the same, essentially what we would be saying is that irrigation customers, the water's there, but if you use it, it's gonna come at a higher price. That's what we're saying. That's exactly how we're treating them. So, okay, it's a little bit of semantics.
Say that again.
So, again, for a treated water customer, if they elect not to conserve 20% but continue to use more water, they're just going to pay more.
Right.
Okay? We're essentially saying the same thing for our irrigation customers. The water's gonna be there through October 15th. If you use more, you're gonna pay more.
Oh, so you're gonna pay more, yes, but if you save it, you still pay more.
No, so if you voluntarily cut back.
Use it.
Wait.
No.
I'm confused. I'm still confused.
So if we're emphasizing that if there's a price increase, if you don't want to pay that price increase, you can call in, reorifice down to a smaller amount, get some credit.
There's the missing piece.
Sorry.
And explain that.
Can we have that line put in here?
Absolutely we can, and I appreciate the input, because if the board agrees with this, we're gonna put all this into a resolution and come back to you.
Because if you remember, I made a phone call to you to that very question.
Yes.
10%, I said, are you gonna send me a refund and then I'm gonna pay in December?
Yeah. The challenging part that we have is that we have many customers who call in and say, I want to conserve. I'm a 1 miner's inch customer.
Yes.
We don't have an orifice plate for 20% less than 1 miner's inch. So that becomes a challenge for us. We still encourage them to not use it, because it shows up then at the tail end of our canal and we cut it back. But, yeah, anyway, so those are some of the challenges we're gonna run into.
Duct tape.
Duct tape.
So, hey, Chip?
Yes.
I have a question. You want to go first?
I was giggling at the duct tape.
Giggling.
But if someone wanted to try at home, 20% reduction, they could use duct tape and see if it worked for them, they'd get by.
By all means, any water saved by our irrigation folks shows up as tailwater at the ends, at which we are actively managing and monitoring. And I'll tell you, our crews have been running tight. And unfortunately, it leads to a lot of complaints because the levels in the canals are really, really low, and levels that our customers have not seen in a long, long time. But we're trying to ensure everybody's elevation over their orifice plate is at the 6 inches. We're trying to make sure everybody's getting a fair allotment.
You guys are doing a great job.
Trying, it's difficult.
So My question is stage 2 enough? Are we gonna see in August stage 3? And shouldn't we just go there if we are?
And that's my question too.
And is stage 3 pricing probably more, I mean, down the valley, it was 10 times more expensive, 15 times more expensive. We don't want to go there because we have water, but the idea is just 25% going to be enough to encourage people to save water?
Great question. So, here's the slide. So here's our 106,700 foot of carryover storage. So if we were to realize a 20% reduction, that would boost this to 124,600 acre feet. If we were to realize a 30% reduction, we'd see 133,600 acre feet. So there's the answer to your questions. Now, I got to caveat that to say, if we asked everybody to cut back 30%, or even if we reorificed everybody at 30%, you would not see a 30% in savings. Because people would just change their watering practices. For instance, a lot of people buy 2 miners inches of water, but they're not using that full allotment. So if you cut back their 2 miners inches to 1 miners inch, they may just water longer throughout the day. You really won't see any change in savings. So there's that challenge too.
So, yeah, we cut back 17%, but we're having to monitor, and we fallowed some land.
Yeah.
To make up for that.
Yeah. So back to your question, is 20% enough? That's really the board's prerogative. From a staff level, obviously the more carryover we have, the more comfortable we are for next year. However, we're hopeful that this first round, this 20% will start to be realized, and we're gonna end up somewhere between 106,000 acre feet and 124,000 acre feet. And keep in mind, during the last drought, 2012 through 16, we got down to 129,000 acre feet. So we're getting close to that range, but we're not there. We're a little lower still.
So Chip, talking about this issue of how much water you actually save, my understanding is that we're not even, so that giving the 2 miners inch customer who's really only using a miners inch, so they're willing to cut back a miners inch, but we were never putting that additional miners inch into the system anyway, and so it's already counted as current storage, right?
Correct. Yeah, and that highlights the point of it's a challenge, right? We could have folks voluntarily cutting in half, but that doesn't mean their usage will be cut in half.
Exactly.
Chip, I have a question.
Yes.
The amount of money we're gonna generate by this stage 2, do we know how much we anticipate? Will it cover the purchase from PG&E, the $600,000?
That's a great question. I'd have to go back and crunch those numbers. I don't have that off the top of my head, but
Isn't that primarily what it's to offset, that having?
It's both. So the actual, if you read the text in the drought contingency plan, it's truly just to offset any mandatory reductions on your customers. So for instance, it was originally designed that if we ask for a 20% savings in water, we also add on a 20% increase so that our revenue is unaffected. In this particular case, there's that, but there's also $700,000 that we spent on PG&E water. And so when you take both of those into account, I think we're still spending way more money than we're going to be taking in, but that needs to be vetted through finance.
Because what I've heard is that, we keep ramping up our fixed fee, because our fixed fee is to cover the very same thing. So they say, wow, you're ramping up so much of our fixed fee to cover these times, and then we have a drought and then you ding us anyway. And so I just was curious if this covers that.
Yeah, great discussion, and a great discussion for the rates as we move forward.
It's a bit of a double whammy. Not only are you losing revenue, but you frequently have increased costs through your drought actions. You already mentioned your guys in the field running around chasing tailwater. That there's additional staff, personnel costs associated with that over time, wear and tear on equipment. You've got some treated water actions that have a cost attributable to them. Water, forget what you call it, water conservation coordinator or something like that. So it's I remember in the cost of service study, there was a discussion of kind of how, I remember everything's tied to cost, and that study did look at this.
Yeah.
I really think it highlights the need for us to really prioritize canal modernization.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get some telemetry on those tailwaters and get some gates and get it so they don't have to be driving back and forth in circles, will be really,
Sure.
I think it'll save a lot of water.
There's money, takes government money for that,
I know,
so
that's,
let's go after it.
exactly, that's what we need to do.
So,
Yeah.
Peters, just to update you, we have already added to continuously recording data stations to ends instead of daily reads. We are working towards those goals, but it takes time, and we got to connect that system into the monitoring locally through our telemetry. So we are making improvements.
And we're targeting our biggest canals first.
We are targeting the areas where we are losing water, the ends.
Water doesn't come back to another canal.
We recapture a number of our ends canals, so we're really focusing on the ends that we do not recapture.
Great. Oh, thank you for that.
So before you go on, Chip, I got a question about this to clarify. I think I got the last part now. If I come in and say I'm gonna do 20%, I'm not gonna get the bill in December.
Yeah, unfortunately though, as I mentioned earlier, if you're at an orifice size that can conveniently be orifice 20% less, we'll gladly do that for you and credit your bill 20%. If you're a half a miner's inch customer and you want to reduce 20%, there's no allotment available in that size.
Right, okay. The other question.
They're gonna pay their half inch and they're gonna get a surplus bill at the end of the year.
They're gonna pay, okay. Back to Rich's point about the 20 versus the 30. On the chart, the dark yellow line says 124,000, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's at 20%, but that's a math number, that's not an actual number. So what is your crystal ball saying it would be an actual number in there?
Because of the number of reorificing of the winter canals, and the length of the season, it probably would amount to somewhere in the 3,000 to 4,000 acre foot of savings, on top of, cutting off the dried canals, the non-winter water canals, October 1. That's the scenario we were looking at, but we didn't add those numbers into it. So it's not gonna save that much. The other piece that you have to consider is this is if that happened, those numbers, June 1st.
June 1st, right?
And
Now they're not gonna happen till.
Yeah.
By the time we get these orifices ordered, everything in, and then get them installed, you'd be lucky to get them sometime in August out there. So realistically, September forward is what we're looking at. That's where the numbers of about 2,000 to 4,000 come in, for the number of canals that would be reorificed down 20%.
Well, I'm still not.
You're still working on it,
Still
okay.
working, and I think Rich is jumping in here too,
We're
on that
not
one.
limited to 20%. Somebody wants to cut back 40%, 50%.
Absolutely, and we've had a lot of folks do that. We've had a number of customers at 10 inches cut.
And their price will be 25% if we adopt a 20% mandatory.
Right, so for instance, those folks that cut 10 inches, their bill was reduced for a 10-inch allotment, so their 20% is gonna be less than, what their bill would have been. They're still realizing a savings, is what I'm trying to get at.
Director Heck.
Oh, I thought you were.
Well, I'm still ruminating.
You're still ruminating? Okay. So, what if, I understand the problem of reorificing, that it's not enough time and staff and so on. What if you just put 20% less water in the canal?
So the problem with that is.
This is it's a naive question, but I have to ask it.
A legitimate question, and we get it a lot. We get that, why don't you rotate canals, which is also a viable option in some locations, some other utilities. So what we have found is that when you limit the water in the canal, the customers at the head of the canal or the very beginning get their full allotment of water, the customer at the end never sees a drop. Because all the folks along the way use it up.
That makes sense.
And then similarly, when you rotate outages to try to save water, the same thing happens. The customers at the very beginning of the canal get their water, say we have a one-day outage. Okay, everybody's out for one day. The very next day, the customers at the beginning get their water right away. The customer at the end, it may take 3 days to get there at full allotment. And then, lo and behold, it's time for rotation again, so they never get their water.
Yeah, well, that doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a struggle. We really,
I know.
that's why,
Get it.
in our rules and regulations, it highlights that some of the best options to regulate, to conserve water on the irrigation side is regulating the season, not starting April 15th. Maybe you start in May. Similarly, at the end of the season, stop it earlier. And had we had the opportunity, had we had a crystal ball at the beginning of the season, that would have been my recommendation, but we didn't know. Now that we're halfway through the season, I get where the folks are concerned, hey, look, I've already planted my crops, I've already planted on the full allotment, I get that. But just beware, next year, if it's dry, we're gonna start off right off the bat with a lot of pretty drastic drought measures if we don't get rain.
So then the answer, or part of the answer, is to replace these boxes with the little holes in them to some sort of electronic thing that can be controlled in-house, like PG&E and their smart meters.
Volumetric measuring.
Yeah, volumetric measurement.
Yeah.
I mean, is that, and, no, that can't be done, you're saying?
I wish we had that ability.
$3 billion.
So in order to make something like that work, it would have to be a piped system. Because then the water is sitting in the pipe on standby mode, ready for people to use it. As long as it's an open canal, I have to ensure the water's always there, always flowing by, so that when they need it, it's there, but it flows out at the end of the system at all times. If it's piped, it's pressurized, we're holding it way up here in the mountains, ready to be used, and it only gets used what they need. But as long as we're an open gravity system, I can't do that, it's always flowing by.
I
I farm in
Makes
both of
sense?
them.
Yep.
And the pipe, you're right.
No, I
it's
get
exact.
it.
It's all metered, you get what you want, and that's all you get.
Yeah.
But the solution I came up with here is that we need more on-farm, on-ranch storage. So we put a 4.5 acre pond in, acre-foot pond.
Yeah.
That mitigates me for 2 weeks, 2 months, whatever. When NID cuts off, we just need more farmers, ranchers needs to put that in. And under 10 acre feet, we don't have the state requirements. And so that would help this district a lot if we had more on-farm, for those who need that. So I know a bunch of ranchers are increasing the size of their ponds. I'm increasing the size of ponds.
Do they require county permits?
Well, you have them.
What's that?
You had them. You didn't have them for a particular amount.
Oh.
But you just have to do what you do, because that's what you do.
So I just have to follow up on this my logic here. So we can't, we don't have the money or the resources to do these, the telemetry or
Creative ideas.
Well, and so then where I go to then is, so then what happens next year? If we're in the same position, what do we do with all those little plywood holes in all those little boxes?
Yeah, so
are you still having to keep all of the water in all of the canals flowing?
Yeah, you have to keep the canals.
regardless of what option we choose, that is the scenario unless it's a delay of the season. That's why the delay of the season is such a great scenario, is that we don't have to go through and do $500,000 worth of reorificing. We actually save real water by not starting the season April 15th, and we delay that a couple of weeks. We save all that water. And likewise at the end of the season, same thing. We shut off, and you save every drop. If you reorifice through the entire season, you're going to get savings, yes, but it won't be the amount you reorificed. Back to that discussion we had that people are buying more than they're actually using.
Right.
Chip, would it be safe to assume that come October 15th, we're gonna look at this again, and we're gonna look at the real number, and we're gonna start talking about next irrigation season this fall?
So,
is that,
potentially,
would that be
yes,
safe?
but really, it's going to be, we're gonna hope for curtailment release, we're gonna see what the weather's bringing, and all of those variables are gonna play into our discussion. But I can tell you, if we don't have a robust winter, we will be having this discussion again.
So then lastly, okay, so you just, everyone collectively decided not to cut off the season early because the savings was only going to be about, I understood, 6,000 acre feet. And then but then you just said, we'll start the season later and end it sooner.
Correct.
So, but if we end it sooner, it sounds like, it's only 6,000 acre feet. So like, what kind of savings do you think is actually real by doing?
Well, and
later?
Again, those are only the tools in the toolbox. There are many others. And so, for instance, in the 77 drought, we did both. We did the proposal of stopping the season early, and we reorificed everybody. If we really are in that bad a shape next year, we may have to do the same thing, which means we're probably going to have to order those supplies pretty soon, given that there's a run on plywood and everything else known to man, right? So those are the challenges we're gonna be facing.
I see.
Jeff, can I add something? Sure. Another piece that would benefit us, we're gonna know, to what Greg was saying, October, November, December range, how things are shaping up. We'll know at that point whether or not we need to be looking at PG&E purchases starting in January versus typically in May through September, taking advantage of allotments.
Thank you for that, because our neighbors, PCWA, did not declare a drought. And I had a meeting with one of their board members, and they go, yeah, we've got plenty of water. We bought our full allotment in January, because we knew, blah, 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 like, there's such hot stuff. And so they, because they had the crystal ball, and we didn't, or something, I don't know. But my understanding was they did buy their full allotment.
They're very flush in water rights.
Yes.
That helps them tremendously. Their allotment from PG&E is what they purchase for their consumptive use. They have a lot of water rights on the American River that are for power use that they can send down through the system, generate power, and sell it. So they're in a very different scenario than we are.
Right.
But I will say, I appreciate the discussion, and Tor's absolutely right. We need to buy that PG&E water early.
Right.
That takes budget.
Right, it does. So, I mean, that's why I'm asking, so that we all remember, we need to budget for that.
Yeah.
We start our budgeting next month, so let's just put it in there.
Well, and staff is also going to continue the conversations that we've currently had with the Ag Subcommittee and the Combined Drought Hardship Committee for this exact purpose, to basically develop an off-the-shelf program that can be implemented during drought, so we're not kind of chasing our tails when it catches up with us. So stay tuned, where we'll be coming back with additional conversations and requesting additional input. Because one of those things, I think, it's been kind of referenced on the peripheral of it, but if you look at the storage forecast going into October, you start to see all of those lines start to come up, right? So that's showing that we're thinking you're going to get some type of rain in the October, November timeframe. If the state hasn't lifted those curtailments at that time, we will not be able to store that water. Right. So it would impact even further going into the next season. So I do think it's really important that we continue this conversation and really kind of come up with a stepped plan for implementation moving forward.
And we're letting the state know loud and clear that this is, it seems like they would be agreeable to the situation, because they, the more water we can save up here and put down is going to help everybody.
It's a little bit different this year, and I would say that the drought in 12 through 16, the state was they were very interested in enforcement. They were very heavy-handed, and the threat of fines was real, and it was expensive. This time around, it's been a little bit more standoffish in, locality, the local folks figure out what you need to do and do it, with the exception of maybe the Russian River, but it's been different for us. They haven't been knocking on our door, but I think regardless, we are being very proactive, and rightfully so. And I think the actions we are proposing today are very similar to what many other agencies are doing.
Do we have an idea of how much of our water is under curtailment that we, what rights?
All of our post-14 rights are under curtailment as of the 15th.
And how much water does that amount?
I don't have a number for how much water. It covers 28 rights that we've submitted forms to either acknowledge will comply with their curtailment or contest it for the fact that it's in-stream water for power generation is returned to the stream. It's not consumptively used.
So for now, we're still able to capture in most locations through our pre-1914 rights.
Okay, so it's not the lion's share of our water.
It could be, but given the circumstances we're in, and the fact that there's very minimal runoff left, we're able to capture what's there, generally speaking, under our pre-1914 rights. However, the state has said they're going after pre-1914 rights as well. We expect that to happen in July and August.
And remember, Director Peters, when you're in what I call a balanced hydrologic condition, where you're really operating the system off storage, a curtailment doesn't affect diversions from storage.
Right.
So on the ground, these curtailments won't affect really operations.
Well, it will next year.
Where it does affect is where you start having the potential to divert back into storage.
Right.
If you get an October storm, we've had big October months in
Geez, I
prior
can
years.
remember one.
Okay.
So Chip, I have one kind of last question in this proposed hybrid model. Are we going to be fining people? And if so, is there some kind of water police that we're doing, or what are we doing about that? Because I know Nevada City, in their drought declaration, they're going to be kind of like water police.
Yeah, we have that, and I was haven't finished the slide.
Oh, we haven't finished. Oh, okay.
That's okay.
I'm so
I
sorry.
asked him to go back 20 minutes ago.
That's right. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So, within our resolution, we will include what is in our rules and regulations, which is essentially, we're gonna warn you quite a few times. We do have the authority to fine you $250,000 or $200,000. Did I mention my retirement fund?
How much?
No, so, sorry about that. So $250 is the first level of fine, escalating to, I think, $1,000. That's already in our rules and regs.
Okay.
That will be part of our enforcement arm. We're hopeful that just simple education to the customer base and site visits will be sufficient, but we will see. So with that, if I
Are we
may.
going to address that later?
It's coming.
It's coming. So, and I'll add to say that this is just our proposal. If the board is on board, no pun intended, we go back, we develop a resolution, and it has those details in it. We take it back to this board.
I see.
We've already kind of pre-agendized that or pre-set up a date for July 1st, and we'll be bringing that back.
Okay.
So conservation messaging, I heard at the last meeting that we weren't doing enough, and I just wanted to show you we have been working on it. So we've done press releases April 28th, May 12th, May 26th, and May 28th. We have done very direct mailings and or targeted contact. In May, we did a early mailing of our irrigation water bills, our second installment, with postcards in there for voluntary reductions. We did 54 site visits for leaks and high consumption. We did 414 high treated water consumption letters. That's, again, direct mailing to those folks whose meter reads were high. And then 324 treated water continuous flow notifications. Our new meters are amazing, and they send us a warning when flow does not stop throughout the day. That's very unusual, usually indicates a leak. So we mail directly to those customers. We did 324 of those in May. June, similarly, we did 44 site visits for leaks, 469 high treated water consumption letters, 253 continuous flow notifications. And we're doing a direct mailing to the treated water customer base on how to do sprinkler notification, checklists, drought notification and sprinkler checklists. Webpage, we updated the drought banner, and then we have a new updated webpage with a bunch of links and actions. And if we move forward to a stage 2 or a hybrid stage 2, we'll be updating that to reflect that appropriately.
Do we have the capacity to email people instead of sending a letter?
We really only started gathering emails maybe 2-3 years ago, so
we're working towards it.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
And then I was in West Marin, where every 20 feet, it was like severe water shortage, reduced usage now.
Yeah.
And
so we're getting there.
Okay.
I have a question about the other. It looks like it's all geared at the treated water side of the house, and that's less than 10% of our water.
So irrigation water bill, we did a direct mailing to every treated or irrigation water customer. Beyond that, it's just reaching out to the ag community.
So maybe that's where the signs would go. Check your sprinklers. If you drive through and you see sprinkler heads broken off, I mean, not the ag, but the raw water community
I don't think they're getting this message.
Okay.
I love that idea of a
Yeah.
billboard of
Signs.
food throughout the county.
You know, and I was
Little
in,
signs like this, and I
So-
mean, this is every 20, 30.
right,
feet.
I was in Mendocino a couple weekends ago, and they had a billboard, you know, one of those like Caltrans flashing ones,
Yeah.
every single restaurant,
That's really good.
lawn signs, everything.
Yeah.
It was,
What do you do with a restaurant that takes a hose out and washes down their sidewalk for 15 minutes?
oh gosh.
Actually, that's one of the protected uses of water as long as it's for public health and safety. So that was one of the things in the last drought that we got.
Gotcha.
You
Interesting.
can encourage them to.
So if I may finish,
Yes,
I
please.
hear your input. Y'all have great ideas. We're already working on all those.
Right, you
So
are.
we've already talked about a billboard. We're buying signs. We're going to brown out the lawn out front. We've already bought a giant banner for that, and it's gonna say where we've joined the effort with us, basically. Social media, we've done quite a few conservation tips and messaging. There's all the dates. And then, again, so we're gonna be doing an NID monthly blog. Our large leaks will be dispatched immediately. We're increasing all of our notifications to weekly. So these continuous flow and high consumption warnings, instead of sitting on them for a week or two, or maybe sending them out monthly, we're gonna do them fairly immediately, weekly or sooner. We're gonna work with all the HOAs for messaging and their monthly newsletters, like Lake Wildwood, Lake of the Pines, and they're all very receptive to that, which is great. Again, browning out the lawn out front. We're gonna be purchasing drought banners for businesses to hang, and then, we're gonna increase our bill inserts. So, yes, we hear you. We do have plans, and we're working on them. Really, we need to solidify what our message is, though, and that's really what this meeting is about.
Yes, right.
And are we at 20%? Are we coming back to this body with a recommendation, with acceptance of that recommendation? And that's kind of what I'm here for today, is that input.
And then the next step would be to come to the special meeting on July 1st for formal action regarding the proposal.
Right. So you want direction 20 or 30, or 20 or more, or?
So basically, this is staff's recommendations. If you would like to deviate from that, now's the time to let your voice be heard.
So let's have a straw poll. Director Hall.
I support staff recommendations as written.
Okay, thank you.
Director
Me as
Peters.
well. I do.
Director Hick. Me too. I'm still ruminating.
I'm ruminating. I mean, I just don't feel like 20% is enough, because I think that then we're gonna hit in August and we're gonna go,
Right.
oh my gosh, this should have been 30%, and then it'll be too late.
Me too. Rich?
That's my concern.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
It's gonna be, it's, on the raw water side, it's almost voluntary.
It is.
That's the
It is all,
So I would say go for 30, and if we get it, great, if we don't.
But the burden to treated water is so great if we go to 30.
What's that?
I didn't say treated, I was talking about raw water.
can we do 20% treated and 30% raw?
Yeah.
Is there a problem with, is there a legal problem with that?
He's shaking his head.
Two different customer classes.
And, because we're gonna ask, that's where we can make our gains on raw.
Right.
And they already think agriculture uses too much.
And whether that's a 43% increase
But if we can't even, if we
in the
can't
price,
enforce it, it's
or
sort of,
25%, we have to figure
That's
that
my
out.
reason for doing it.
that's me too.
But-
Okay.
But also the direction, Ricky brought it up, so we have a customer who takes water or something, messes up. I can see a citation or just say, hey, don't do it again. If we have a non-customer stealing water,
Yeah, that's a different,
$1,000 to me, first initial fine is not enough, but I'd be happy with it. And double that each time they take water, because we're just getting too many reports of people taking water. And I don't care how much water it is, I mean,
$1,000 a gallon?
no, but if it's a customer of ours, it just happens to, I mean.
They had a leak or whatever.
Or whatever, maybe not even a leak, they just pulled their boards, okay, well,
So,
give them a citation, give them a warning. Next time though, they better have their act together.
Fair enough.
Can you tell which canals are using more water? Do we have a history on average water per canal, and so you can tell if a canal is really overdrawing more than they usually do, or?
We have a historical record of each canal and its flows. And maybe, I don't want to put Tor on the spot, but I think this year, all canals are higher than we've ever seen.
Right.
It's dry and it's hot. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we have data for each canal running back years. One thing that you'd have to pair that with is the number of customers or the purchase amounts, and then say, okay, kind of look at it as like a duty. How many people, let's say an average duty per customer on the account was this. We have this many customers. Is it growing because of that?
Right.
But yeah, we do have data on the canal systems.
It seems like if people are pulling their boards, you would be able to pick up on that. You'd be able to send someone out to look.
It's hard to chase.
I believe that.
Well, the Newtown Canal went dry Saturday night. Yeah, but we got a quick report. The clock.
I'm not sure on that particular one. There's been a number of canals. We're running them so tightly that if folks who are not using the water at any given time all come home Saturday and decide that Saturday's watering day, canals, the end of the canal, see the result of that. And it's just a pattern of water usage. It changed a little bit during COVID because people were home all the time. Now we're getting back into the weekends, seem to be a huge draw on the system. So anyway, we didn't finish the discussion. So 20 versus 30%. I must remind you, I feel like I should point out that going to a 30% doesn't necessarily mean we'll realize a 30% in.
Right, but the point we made last meeting was the 20% doesn't either, so if we do 30, we might get 25, right?
Or 20.
You might not get any, but you'll get a lot more revenue, right? But is that really what we're after? Are we truly after?
No, we're after
revenue?
the water.
We're after the water.
We want the water.
Yeah, but the revenue, the price kind of restricts usage of water.
Only
The
untreated
higher it
water.
gets. Huh?
Only untreated water.
No, raw water.
The raw water too,
But if you get, I mean, if you're elastic demand and price goes up 30, 40%, you're gonna use less water.
I would recommend we staying at 20%, only from the standpoint then if we're not meeting, even coming close to it, we have another step to go up, and people seem to respond better culturally to being ratcheted down on. So it'll be more alarming to them. We went to stage 2, it wasn't working, now we're in stage 3 in August, and then it's going to be worse. And so you could always hold the carrot of it's going to be worse if you don't do what you're supposed to be doing now versus jumping up now.
I think that's a really good point.
okay, there's a logic there.
And I think we need to give a chance for all of your efforts to come to fruition. I mean, I do agree, most of the raw water customers are not in the mindset of, oh, we're at dire straits. And that is where we save the water, so I think give it a try. And I like that, yes, having an incremental,
Just assuming the worst.
yeah.
And if we develop a message and take it to all the MAC meetings, take it to all the Farm Bureau meetings, take it to all the
Farmers
all the
market.
farmers market, take it to, and just do a big media blast and say, you know, get banners and like do signs and just go out there and say, hey, let's try that. I don't know how much it'll cost to do that, but probably a lot.
We'll be the only water district taking baby steps. Everybody else just went.
Not PCWA.
Right, not PCWA, there's
They're
been
the
nothing.
exception.
I know,
remember?
but that's what makes it hard in Placer County, because
Right.
people across the street aren't, you know, it's a tough sell.
And remember, this is a dynamic situation, right? We can come back in August and say we've only got 5%, and we are now recommending stage 3. You know, we can continue to ratchet up, because one of the challenges we're under now is kind of the mandatory versus voluntary. So at some point, we're gonna have to come to terms with, it may be warranted to have a more comprehensive enforcement program and actually issue a few fines. And I think that is more palatable to the community when you're in a higher stage.
Okay.
And message that this is perhaps the new normal. This isn't just a temporary thing. We've got to start looking at permanent fixes, because this is
makes. I'm just like, I'm having a problem here.
I am
So
too.
Jennifer, the problem I have is, I agree with, with the baby steps, if you want to call it that, or give people an opportunity to change their behavior. I get that. But if we're in August and we go, oh my gosh, now everybody has to do 30%, how much water are we going to save between August and October?
Much.
Not much. It doesn't seem like it will actually have any, any meaningful or material amount of savings.
So remember, based off of the recommendation to not end the water season early,
Yes,
when we were
Yeah.
consideration of doing that, it was how many acre feet?
6,000.
6,000 acre feet. So it barely moves the dial, and that's our biggest customer class volume-wise of
Right.
water consumption. So going to now this 30% that we're still not really implementing, right? It's gonna be voluntary because we're not reorificing. I think that we're better warranted to utilize the carrot and the stick method of ratcheting up the stages as they're not meeting their rules, so that it's more continuous conversation. Now it's getting worse, it's getting worse, it's getting worse, as opposed to, we're gonna go to stage 4 now, but you really don't have to comply with it, because we're really not gonna, do the orifice.
Because we're not going to do the orifice.
Right.
You guys can,
Mhm. And then I think it also sets us up for moving into next season with a more off-the-shelf package that we can say, okay, well, we received no voluntary reduction, and so now we're gonna start the season out with everybody getting reorificed to 30% less. It's entirely board decision. I would, however, recommend that we do receive some input today so that we can make an actual.
Yes, no,
No, I get it.
We're getting there. We're gonna get there.
we're getting there. It's
We're
just,
getting
I'm
yes.
having a hard time getting
Right.
something.
So Ricky, you would go with 20%, but a 30% increase in, well, it'd actually be 43% increase in pricing?
No.
No, she's just, she and I are we're both on your camp of going to 30%.
Yeah.
I would recommend not modifying the stated increase in drought pricing just for the purpose of Prop 218 issues. It's my understanding it's substantiated.
Oh, you're talking about the
Revenue,
price.
right, so I wouldn't recommend doing
No.
that at this
I'm not-
point and take consideration of that through the Prop 218 process.
Mhm.
I stand by
But maybe stage 3 with,
Well, look,
25%
you guys, I want to do the right thing. And I want to do the right thing by our farmers and food producers, and I want to do the right thing, just across the board. I really do. But I'm also really concerned about the volume of water. So if 30% on raw water and a 20% on treated makes a big difference, then that would be where but I'm not hearing that would actually make a difference, because it's still all voluntary, so we don't have any control, right?
we don't have any tools in the tool.
We don't have enough tools to make it happen, so that leads me to come back to, well, maybe we just do 20% across the board, message the dickens out of it, and come back in a month and go, okay, where are we?
Well, we see too that we have a history community-wise of response.
Yeah,
And
sure.
so, I think we have to change understanding and perceptions of our current state, but I do think the community stepped forward in these prior years. I do think we're because of the changing conditions from March to now, we're a little behind the ball. And so but I just think from a community perspective, having NID staff have the time to be able to get the messaging out, change perceptions, is a lot more palatable than, okay, we said it was fine, Karen said it was fine on her Facebook site.
I know, me too.
Now,
Oh, boy.
now we're at 30%, we're going to stage 3 drought, what the heck happened here? I just think it's, anyway.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, Nevada City declared stage 3,
Yeah.
by the way.
But that's only 20%.
I know, it's only a 20% cutback, so it's kind of,
Go
So
ahead.
your comment is, yeah, when we had the 14-15 drought, everything, the baseline was 2013, this community really stepped up and conserved water. Then they got used to that level of water use. Now we're asking them to go further, there's not a whole lot of meat left on the bone. There might be some.
Oh, that's interesting, the perspective.
You know,
Yeah.
but some people have really, most people have really refined their water usage down. So,
But is that true on the raw water side as well as treated?
well, I think there's some inefficiencies on the raw water side, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it might be more with individuals rather than as a whole. As a whole, I think people are pretty, you know, I can start, you know, names, but, yeah, there is some efficiencies to gain, some conservation. How much, who knows?
Yeah, I just think that since it's unenforceable now also.
I know.
That puts it a little bit more of a different twist on it too. If it was enforceable, then we can say, sorry, we're protecting our interests for the future. But it's not enforceable, and so to me, 2030, it's kind of arbitrary. It's more the how we message it and build community awareness to be part of the solution to the problem.
And I think that if we really target the non-ag raw water customers, I think they've kind of always gotten swept in with ag, and so they haven't been given the love and attention that they need to help them understand, you know, that this is, and there are resources available, there's conservation tools out there that, you know, for larger rural residential places instead of in town, like Nevada City, small lots. I mean, these people have a lot more land that they have to manage, and it takes more water to manage larger lands. And so whether it's agricultural production or people, they've got all this land and they want fire protection and they want, but they need to know what their options are. And I don't think we've really done a lot of due diligence to reach that segment of our population.
To follow up on what you just said, do we have any data on acreage versus acre feet? So somebody getting 5 miners inches, 45 acre feet, has 5 acres.
Yes, we track that.
And
we do inspections when things are out of line.
We also don't sell an over allotment based on the land.
So we are monitoring that, which is great, because that will help.
Yeah.
I think if we message and outreach to that targeted community, we'll see a massive voluntary reduction, and that's where the lion's share of the water, besides ag, you know, it's the raw water sector that is using all of the water, and we focus so much on ag reduction. If we put some effort to educate the entire community, I think we'll realize huge gains.
Are you referring to raw water landscape usage?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So Chip, could we, as part of our resolution, ask that customer class to do the same 3 days, no more than 3
Yeah, there you go.
We can ask of it, yeah. I cannot tell you who those customers are.
Exactly. You still have those same foundational issues, but we could ask.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we could send out a mailer, I mean, it's
Says you can
as
only
compared to
water
the
your
19,000
landscaping
others,
Monday,
you
Wednesdays,
know,
and Fridays,
5,000,
or
we can send
whatever.
another mailer and really highlight that. Hey, if you're on a residential, rural residential,
2 days.
and you have sprinklers, let's conserve.
Cut it back, yeah.
I think from the perspective that we're really looking at this hybrid approach within our current water shortage contingency plan, we're kind of in between this 2, 3, 4.
Right.
Yeah.
But in reality, we've done 1. The next step incrementally would be 2. So from what I'm hearing is we need to redo our stages.
I think that is
Absolutely.
And in my mind, stage 3 really does take into consideration ending, either reorificing or starting and ending the season late. And I think by going in this kind of progressive manner that we're building more momentum for support within the ag community for implementing those tougher requirements in that stage 3, which would be either reorificing or doing the stages later. I think if we jump ahead, I think we're going to cause a little bit of confusion.
Yeah.
And then moving forward and looking into the future, it's going to be hard to pin ourselves back into the stages. We almost kind of have 7 at that point. So I go back to, I think that Chip's recommendation right now is very sound, but it's also dynamic. We watch the numbers, we see how it's happening, and we take all the input we've received and redo our water shortage contingency plan.
So I'll tell you what, I'm kind of, this has all been really helpful discussion. So I would support doing the staff recommendation stage 2 with the addition of, on our irrigation water, raw water, that we say that for landscape customers, they have to do the same landscape every other day, 3 days a week or whatever it is. So that you add that to it.
That protects the farmers.
It protects the farmers and then it makes it balances it. So it's like, well, what do you mean? They got landscaping, but they got ag, so they can use as much as they want. I mean,
And that goes to my concern.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a, thank you, and that's a
Good
really
job.
good solution.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm there too.
Oh, you are? Oh,
Yeah.
good. Well,
No, I was already there before you were.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't tell you.
You're supposed to pass me a note or something.
Well, I couldn't find my little notepad.
So if 3 days a week isn't working, we could go to 2 days later on.
Yeah. Ability to ratchet it down.
And then would they get the same fines? I mean, I just want to keep it equal, right?
Yes. Yes.
So someone's out watering their 5 acres of lawn.
Yeah, so the reported, so I didn't cover this, but we have a water waste reporting tool on our webpage where people can call, go to our webpage and report water waste. We'll go out and we visit all of those locations, and if they don't pull their water usage back and we continue to get reports at those locations, they're subject to fine as well. So all customers, regardless if they're treated or raw, fall in that category.
Okay, good.
And I haven't looked at the homepage recently, but I think we really should put all of this stuff right on the homepage.
This is really good.
Water waste,
We
water,
don't want to take it lightly.
water conservation
We have a definition
corner
of-
on the homepage.
I'm sorry. I agree.
Yeah.
Do we have a definition of water waste?
Basically, yeah, runoff, irrigating lands where it creates runoff.
Spill.
Watering the roads, the sidewalks, all those types of things. And it's spelled out in our rules and regs, but it will also be spelled out in the resolution that we're developing.
Basically, any runoff.
Yeah, essentially.
So can we talk about fines?
So
Violations?
They're already
my
in that
question about the
regulation.
fines, are they in the rules and regs now?
They're already in the rules and regs.
And it'll be in the water conservation program, and that's the legal section we are gonna present to you.
Okay.
Well, what are you going to present?
For fines?
Non-customer versus customer?
No.
So we don't have, I don't know that we have authority on non-customer.
No, non-customer theft is a penal code issue. We could talk to law enforcement about that.
Call the sheriff, yeah.
But the extent of our enforcement authority is to our customers.
That's it.
I mean, if you caught, I guess there's a civil arm here. If you caught somebody from, you mentioned Butte County last week. Somebody from Butte County stealing water from NID, that would surprise me. But if that happened, there is a civil option. We don't have criminal authority or, like misdemeanor citation authority to cite a non-customer. We don't have any kind of relationship with them.
Well,
We do have civil.
They actually came here, got a permit and a meter.
It
Just
might be.
because our fire hydrants have more pressure. And it takes them less time to fill up here than it does.
Are you talking about one or like, is there hundreds?
Well, I found one, but.
Okay.
So if they're, we may be going down a rabbit hole, but if they're
Yeah.
applying for water, why are they then stealing? Are they exceeding the terms
But
of
they're taking the water out of district.
They didn't fill out the application truthfully, that's all it was.
Right.
We can pull their meter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we should.
Okay.
Okay, so I think I've gotten enough feedback.
More than you
We
should.
haven't heard from,
If I
we
could-
haven't heard from the public yet.
Can I stop your share?
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, and.
Okay, this time we'll take public comment on drought action planning. Roger Ingram, you got your hand raised, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just, it looks like, I guess what is on the board is that there would not be the October 1st ending of the season, and it would go to October the 15th. And it just, and I can appreciate you got this irrigated pasture versus farming conundrum that is kind of hard to deal with. The only way that on the irrigated pasture that we can show any sort of real conservation would be an ending of the season early. We are irrigating in the Auburn area probably around 15, 16 acres, and we still can't get the soil moisture levels up. We're still struggling even now. So there'd really be no way to say conserve water on the ag end type of a thing. And I'm only bringing this up is that if you can't get the conservation and you have to go to a 30% cut, does that mean that the irrigation season potentially could end September 15th, or would it still be an October 1st ending date?
Good question.
Well, the way I understand it, we're keeping the season till the 15th of October.
We didn't get a fuzzy reception from the board on stopping October 1st, so I highly doubt we would get
A fuzzy reception.
September.
Right.
A warm and fuzzy.
Right.
Fuzzy reception.
So given that our forecast shows us at 107,000 acre feet, and hopefully the actions we put forth today start boosting that a little bit by a little bit, I think we'll be able to ride it out. If something more drastic is required, then I think we're going to sit down and have this discussion again.
Yes. That answer your question, Roger?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Anybody else like to comment, *9 on your phone, on the drought action planning? Last call. If you'd like to comment on the drought action planning, *9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Chip. Thank you for answering all our questions.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you both very much.
Yeah.
May it rain.
May it rain.
May it rain.
Still perfecting my rain dance, but I'll get there by
Yeah.
October.
I know.
I got the neighborhood going now.
Good.
Not a pretty sight.
Okay. Next item, General Manager's Report.
COVID update.
What?
COVID update?
No, that's after.
Oh, that's afterwards?
Whenever you're ready.
It's 9, yes.
Oh, it's, I'm watching
I don't know why this is stuck in there, but that's what
Yeah,
it is.
that's,
Go
It
ahead.
gets stuck in the agenda.
I didn't even see where it was. It's right here.
I know.
It's right. Yeah.
That's an
Well, she's probably
Are you
gonna
gonna
do it
present
all
it?
together.
Yeah, so probably a little confusion that I created by where I put my.
All right. I just figured it out.
I thought I'd utilize the general manager's report to focus on some of the modifications related to COVID. As the board is aware, on June 15th, the governor lifted many of the restrictions that were placed over the general public and the agency specifically related to the pandemic and COVID impacts and the various restrictions. The Cal OSHA then followed up about 2 days later on the 17th to then translate those into how that is going to be implemented within the workplace. We have since received those recommendations, or they're actually the new requirements from Cal OSHA. And so we do have an opportunity at this point to re-look at how the board is doing your public meetings. And so we do have a couple of options. So currently, the interim option, up until September 24th, the portion of the governor's original executive order that related to the Brown Act still stays into effect. So the board is still able, by the temporary executive order related to the Brown Act, to have kind of these remote meetings as we have currently been having. However, with the Cal OSHA ruling, we are also now able to do kind of a hybrid approach and do in-person as well. So with Cal OSHA regulations, we're no longer required to have social distancing. Folks that are vaccinated can be inside the workplace without having a face covering on. And so my recommendation to the board is to possibly consider a hybrid approach up until the September 21st timeframe, and then possibly keep doing that hybrid approach moving forward. So that hybrid approach would essentially be very similar to what we're doing right now, but we would allow members of the public to also participate in person if they would like, as well as through Zoom. So until September 21st, we are required to still have the remote participation option, whether that be through the phone or through the Zoom platform or whatever platform we wanted to go to. And then after September 21st, we are required to have in-person, but we can also have Zoom. So my recommendation, and based on the kind of input I've heard from the board, I think that public participation is important to this board. And so I would recommend that between now and September 21st, we implement a hybrid approach, which would include ability to participate remotely as well as in person. And then September 21st on, we just continue that same format. So I wanted to get some input from the board on what your thoughts were regarding that proposal, or if you'd like to see anything else.
I like that.
I like that idea.
I like it too.
Yep.
Where do these sit?
So what, one of the things we would be doing is the board would be all back up at the dais, and then we would have the members of the public as well as staff. You know, staff would be on the sides, and then members of the public would be here. I do foresee that we probably wouldn't have as many people participate in person as before if we still offer the remote participation portal, which we are required to until September 21st. So I think from what I've heard from the public, a lot of people like being able to participate remotely and allows them greater opportunity for public engagement. But it's certainly up to the board after September 21st what you would like to do.
And social distancing?
Social distancing is not required. Mask wearing is, as long as if you are not vaccinated.
But we don't check cards at the door.
No, so with staff, we do have a voluntary program by which you can voluntarily confirm your vaccination status if you so choose to do so because you don't want to wear a mask. And I was the first person, voluntary.
I think it's good. I think the more opportunity we give the public to participate, and especially for people in my division that is so far away, that it really allows flexibility to get a broader participation. And I like having people in the room.
I do too. I kind of miss
But I'm afraid most of them want to stay because they can visit us in bunny slippers. You know? So, I like it.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I like your recommendation, Jennifer.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I do as well.
Rich?
If there's a limited number of participants,
This capacity is 85 in this room.
Right, I don't believe we have any legal opportunity to limit the number of participants by the fire marshal's requirements, correct? No. I don't foresee us having greater than 85 if it was some smaller number that you were concerned about. I don't know that we have any legal authority even within the Brown Act restrictions to, I guess we still could till September 21st.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be saying, we're not gonna do the hybrid approach, we're just gonna do Zoom only.
We could do that till September 21st if the board decided to do that and not allow people in until that time. That is an option.
Could you say a maximum of so many public, is that what you're saying? We
You-
can't really do that?
Yeah, you could up until September 21st. After that,
Yeah.
you could not.
Yeah, there's kind of-
That's the fire marshal's rule.
Yeah.
Up until then, you could, in my experience, when you limit the entry to the room from the public, it does not go over well.
Mm-hmm.
It causes a lot of hard feelings.
I wouldn't limit it.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna get that many people, but the people that do wanna come,
I
if
think
there's
should be able
10
to.
people that came, I'd be surprised.
Right, and I think there will be a certain, like the Zoom.
And most of them like the Zoom.
Because for the reason you said,
Mhm.
and for farmers, they're finding it convenient, right?
Right, yeah.
So,
yeah, driving tractor on Zoom.
Mhm.
cell phone in one hand, the bed's in. Do you need a motion?
I just looking for general input and a head nod that you're
Head nod,
supportive of the
thumbs up.
hybrid
up.
option.
Rich is,
And I want to make sure everybody's comfortable too. It obviously is related to the pandemic.
health, yeah.
I think there's how do I put this politically correct? I think the government's opening up too soon, because the guy doesn't want to be recalled. But I also think that there wasn't that much of a problem if people were social distancing and being correct anyway. So whatever we do, I just want to continue some of the social distancing procedures. I know on the farm we have to do it.
So the current Cal OSHA rules, that when you are outside, you're not required to socially distance or wear a mask, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated.
Correct.
Inside, you're not required to socially distance, but you are required to wear a mask if you're not vaccinated.
Yep.
So that's what we could say, if you're not vaccinated, you have to wear a mask.
Correct, and we could put signage up.
Yeah, right.
There's no way for us to verify.
Yeah, we're not gonna check.
Especially with the members.
Put a sign on the door.
Can't check it.
Box.
Yeah.
Right.
And if there's a higher comfort level with staying fully remote until September 21st, that's an option as well.
Well, I like inviting people in if they want to be here.
Right.
And
And I guess
having
if you're uncomfortable, you could always wear a mask, I mean.
Right.
And protect yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that
Most people
more,
are vaccinated, most people that are gonna wanna come, they've already got vaccinated.
and we could also watch the infection rates within Nevada and Placer County and see how that is going.
I think that's an added.
Yeah. There's
Blur.
also, just a point of interest, many agencies, such as the agency I came from, actually did fecal matter testing at the wastewater treatment reclamation facility, and for the past, and it's pulled weekly for the past, and obviously, Western Placer County, for the past several months, it's been less than 1 to 5 cases per day, and at the height, it was well over 200 cases per day. So we can continue to watch that type of information,
So-
and if it appears that it's starting to spread again, then we can come back to the board and
Right.
easily pivot back to only remote.
So what happens when they're setting this up to be a yearly vaccine?
And it's likely.
So is this going to be now, I mean, you see it at ballparks. The vaccinated section full, the non-vaccinated section is, kind of spaced out a little bit. I have some angst with segregation of people into, oh, you're that type of person, you're that type, oh, you're vaccinated, you're not vaccinated, oh, you're, the stereotyping people. We've seen it, I've seen it in history where it doesn't end well.
Right, that's what, if you wanna protect yourself, then you wear a mask.
We are seeing that, I believe, Nevada County is going to to in-person meetings,
Right.
correct? I believe Nevada's, Grass Valley
Yes, they
is
are.
as well. I mean, I think it's starting to become that momentum. I'll clearly could do what I desire until the 21st, and the 21st sounds like it's a pretty firm date, but other entities in our immediate vicinity are moving in that direction.
Meetings are in person.
Why don't we commit to continuing to closely monitor the transmission rates within the counties that we service? And I think that will help guide us on whether or not a modification is needed. And then also, we're required to follow Cal OSHA rules, so we will still put signs up regarding masking and.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And that is all I had for the general manager's report, except for I'm still knee-deep in getting caught up on everything, and it's been extremely fun. I have had a chance to meet with some of our consultants, specifically regarding our FERC relicensing effort, and so that has been very interesting to learn about, and I just once again want to thank Greg and everybody for being very supportive, and Dustin for answering my thousands and thousands of questions I ask.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're still having fun.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
It's important to have fun. I'm having fun.
Information junkie, so.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, Board of Directors reports items. Director Hall.
Okie dokie. I participated in a South County MAC meeting, and it was very interesting because they were talking about updating the general plan for that part of the county. And so the Nevada County planning, head of Nevada County's planning department was there. And they talked, the question was asked, so how accurate was your current plan from what you planned to today? And they said, well, not exactly. The population was projected to be 150,000 now, and it's 98,000. He said. So I thought that was an interesting thing as we talk about planning. It's challenging to get get it perfect. Laura and I also met with the South Sutter Water District Board President, had a nice conversation about things of mutual interest, and then along with NID's leadership team, and Laura and I met with PCWA at the tour of the Combi project, and they were mighty impressed with the quality of the work and the impact of that project to our community's water supply. So that was really fun, and next time we're going to go to the Ophir plant to see their facility. So it's a really cool thing that we're getting to do this, see different operations in place.
We should sell tickets. Tours, like agritourism.
Yeah. Add to our drought contingency plan.
All right.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, Director Peters.
Yes. On June 14th, I attended the Placer County Ag Commission meeting and updated them on water supply and drought declarations and rates and that. And on the 15th, I participated with Director Beerwagon in the Ag Roundtable. I guess that was the second one. Was that the second one?
Mm-hmm.
And then I participated in the 2x2 with Karen on June 17th, and she ditto. It was a great time. So that's my report.
Okay. Director Hicks.
Yeah. Excuse me, I've been really busy with a lot of constituent calls and problem solving. And again, my hat goes off to Greg, who has been really helpful with trying to figure out how to problem solve. And so that's been wonderful. And then I just want to use this, I spoke with Jennifer about this the other day, but, you know, at some point I would like us to relook at where we are with Rise Gold. I continue to get enormous numbers of requests and questions about NID's role as it relates to the potential for reopening Rise Gold Mine. And because NID is playing potentially a very critical role in that, should that opening be. So I'd really like, and Jennifer's going to look into it, but that's something I really would like us to know a little bit more about, and it's going to get heavy-handed here in about August when the draft EIR is circulated. So I think it's incumbent upon us to know what's going on. You know, there was a lot of history that happened before all of us were here, and then now it's like actually going to maybe happen. So we need to be on top of it.
The county's coming in August.
The county's coming.
Well, isn't it?
We're not sure exactly when, but they do have to come to this board and receive authorization for water service.
See, I understood that there had been a letter signed, a will serve letter, and negotiations around where the water lines were going to go, and
there's no will serve. Nothing's been signed for the mine itself that I'm.
I thought we did have. Well, I recollect.
I recollect that too.
We said yes, we can serve water.
Yeah, and that I know that Chip had said he had lots of meetings with them about the placement of the pipes and, you know, the entry into Wolf Creek and.
Sounds like we should bring this to a discussion.
That's right. That's right.
Very soon.
That's really what I'm asking.
Yes.
Is that we bring this forward quickly.
Can we bring that on the 14th, July?
Well.
Whenever they get ready to do it.
No, just to educate us.
As an education of what it is.
Yes.
And our status and what we're.
Well, remember, it's not, this isn't an NID project.
It's not an NIG project.
NID has.
It's a real tricky thing.
NID has a very limited, it is not an NID project, so I'm not sure it's necessarily, I'd have to talk to Jennifer, we'd have to talk, but it's.
We said that at the time, whatever that was.
Yeah.
We said it's not, only.
Right, we have no discretion.
The only thing we're here to say is, yes, we can hook up people that lose their wells. That's what we said.
Well.
What did we say?
That doesn't have anything
before,
I don't know.
a while ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Let staff do some internal
Yes.
research, and then we'll come back. And
Okay.
at some point, we will definitely bring back an item of information for
And
you.
that's what I think we're asking is, was there a letter signed? If not, just do the research and let us know, and then
For sure.
what to anticipate going forward.
We certainly can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good.
I
Thank
think-
you very much.
I think that's been a year ago or something like that.
Oh, no, it's been more than that.
More than a year?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was,
It's been quite a while ago.
Because
but it's since we were here.
the county was waiting for the urban water management plan to be over before they came back to us, because they were coming in March.
The urban and the ag, yeah, the urban plan, yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Is that all, Director Hay?
That's it.
Director
So
Johansson?
thank you.
So, let's see, certainly getting calls about water, and coming to some fixes, and not that bad. You just gotta keep that head 6 inches, you know, the water 6 inches above the orifice, and the pressure seems to be fine on most units. Not in my personal one, but this was on a vineyard. And people are really watching the canals and calling if there's any shortages. So still getting a lot of traction on the backbone extension program that has been approved, the EIR is approved. And so where have been, so the Penn Valley Fire Department's going to meet in first part of July and sign a letter of support. The Squirrel Creek Homeowners Association, last night, they're going to sign, that's in Rough and Ready. They're going to look into it more, and they're really excited about it. Also going to the Rough and Ready Fire Department tomorrow morning to the Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce.
Are you doing this?
Huh?
You're the one that's doing this?
Yes. Well, it's an approved project without funding, so how do we get the funds?
Right.
Community support. Why not? And so far, I mean, Lake Welch signed on, Penn Valley Community Center, the realtors, contractors, there'll be letters, you know, coming in support of the project. The more people have found out about the project, the more excited they are in our area, in Division. That whole area, it just makes too much sense for them. So, yeah, look for the letters.
Have they expressed a willingness to help fund that
Yeah, they should maybe form an assessment district to pay for it?
Well, if you want to go that way, let's go down that bridge.
We should ask them.
After we get everybody, you know, aware of the project and the benefits.
Yeah, I think
You gotta remember this, in the governor's budget, there's $1.3 billion for getting treated water to small disadvantaged communities, both of which Rough and Ready and Penn Valley are. And that pipeline really helps Rough and Ready.
Yep.
Well, it'll
And-
be interesting to see what kind of funding might come forth in that way.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I do think that, that the funding piece is the, you know, conceptually, the board approved that project, but there was not the funding to go with it. so-
Understood, and phase one has been funded, although a different phase was done, but, I think that you have a large underserved community that's been paying property taxes for a long time and are not served by NID.
And you've told them what the price of treated water is, and they want to sign up pay for treated water?
That was the call I got last night, was,
Yeah.
is there gonna be capacity charges on a new pipe? And I said, I will say 90% yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
There's
will
gonna be
be.
charges,
There's
but you gotta
gonna be
realize
charges.
a lot of wells are going dry.
Yeah.
See 'em?
Well, it's an important topic.
Yeah.
It's very
For
important.
further
Right.
discussion, and it'll be a really exciting part of our strategic planning.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
I think
agree.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
just don't be silent, or don't, you know, turn a deaf ear to 10,000 people.
No, but I
That will
do,
be certain.
I do think that the whole issue of how we provide service to this broad community is gonna be the challenge of the future, given the climate change and the limits to the amount of water we have. So absolutely, Those are important issues, and I think it'll be a wonderful discussion to have.
And to see how it fits in the loading order of priorities.
Well-
Exactly.
And you want community involvement and input, now we're getting it.
Well, you're drumming it up.
Well, why not? That's my job.
Right, yeah, it's your job to represent.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it? Well, no, I meant him. Yeah, so, my only report is having also participated in the Ag Policy / Drought Contingency Committee meeting, which was really good, last week, very productive.
I got great feedback on that
Me too.
discussion. I just wanted to
Yes.
share that with everyone who participated, that people felt really positive about the tenor of the conversation, the quality of the group that had convened, and so I'm just excited and
Yep.
appreciate the work you're doing.
Yeah, me too.
So that's it. We'll take public comment for items to be considered in closed session at this time. Anybody wish to comment on a closed session item? Start on your phone. Last chance. Anybody like to comment on closed session items starting on your phone? Okay, we will close the open session. Do we want to break before closed session?
Yeah, just a quick one.
What?
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Do not expect any action out of closed session.
We don't expect any action out of closed session.
Okay,
Even
All right,
3
we will,
minutes.
so you can just
we'll
close
just
the
close
open.
the open and go take a break.
All right.
Okay.